I sure as hell am. Assuming people hop in the game. I know it's assuming a lot, though. I guess I could have waited a few minutes, but I'm here, so I'm here. Let's get the server set up, or the maps, I don't know. The somethings. The things. Cinderella man, Cinderella man, Cinderella man. Oh god, hold on, that might have messed everything up. That wasn't open all the way. Okay, now it seems relatively fine. Move this bad boy up.
Hello, dude.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Yeah, good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good, too.
Good. Hello, buddy.
What's up, Sincere?
Stayed up late last night, so I just got up not so long ago.
I'm in the same boat, man. I've been up for less than 30 minutes.
Yeah, same.
I was like, I already did all my prep a few days ago. I don't need to worry about it. Just go to bed.
I'm updating my fantasy grounds.
Yeah, there was a big update on Tuesday, so things are going to look a little different when you guys hop in.
Gotcha.
They got rid of the pretty buttons for some reason. That made me sad. That was one of my favorite parts about Fantasy Grounds, was the little goblins. Now they're gone. Yeah, not that good. And now if you want to edit your sidebar, you have to go to the options in the top right, and then there'll be like a gray button that says sidebar, instead of going into the library like you would have in the past.
Alright.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine, but okay, for some reason we're missing an Alfred.
For some reason I had it in my head there was only going to be 3 of us today.
Maybe because we had someone leave last week and it's normally a party of 4.
Yeah, it must have been that.
Because I don't recall Alfred saying he wasn't going to make it.
No, he didn't.
Remember him saying something about donuts last week?
finally had Dunkin' Donuts come to England, and oh my god, they are some good donuts.
Yeah?
I've been missing them for so long.
I've never had them.
I thought they were a big thing in America.
I mean,
Dunkin' Donuts? Yeah.
there's Dunkin' Donuts.
Do y'all have Duck Donuts? Or is that like only in a Fayetteville thing?
Do you live in Fayetteville?
Yeah.
I was there for a while. But no, Dunkin's pretty much localized. Not just in Fayetteville, but there's only a couple stores like that. But America runs on Dunkin'. I personally prefer Krispy Kreme though.
Fan of Krispy Kreme.
Well, if, I assume Alfred's getting on since he's online now, but if it doesn't happen in the next few minutes, we'll start without him. He can just do his turn last. Because if you guys recall, last week we didn't do the turns for day 4, we just did the murdering of the giant rats.
Right.
Yeah, you're dying, man.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck, I forgot about that. Oh,
That's okay. You just might make a new character today.
yay. Shit, maybe we should wait until next week.
As long as one of you guys shows up, I'll play.
The one guy interested in actually healing me isn't here.
And I have a problem now.
For me, yeah. It's a big fucking problem.
So, I know we killed the rats and we got out. So are we doing a nighttime action or do we already do those?
It's
Wait.
daytime, I do.
Yeah, we haven't done any of the actions for day 4.
Oh, gotcha.
Here, I'll divide you up into your groups real quick.
Hey.
Hello, dude.
Hello?
Hey. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Gotcha.
Just logging in right now, logging in Fantasy Grounds.
Okay, well, let's frickin' bust these out while he's getting in. So let's do our frickin' cook's mate task today.
Alright. So I got 2 actions today, right? Is it the drinking?
Yeah. Does anyone else here remember their task? Because that's the only one I remember was the was the drink in this group.
I wrote something new. Let me see what it was.
You're not gonna be able to scroll up there, so if there's anyone who doesn't remember, we'll just have them reroll.
I don't remember.
I was a repair.
Maybe I think I was doing lower red work or line work? I'll reroll.
Okay. Okay, so what 2 actions are you taking today with Benji?
I'll go for... Well, I need to see the quartermaster to sell those items.
Okay.
And... screw it. I'll try and influence... what's his name? Phipps. If I can.
Then yeah, as you're coming back on deck, you guys have to go report to Scorch first. And as you make it up like the ladder out of the bilges, you see that coppery smoke show up again. Just a handful of feet in front of you guys, whoever's at the front of the party. And if everyone could roll me a will save real quick, that would be great.
Okay. Hold on. Give me a sec. I'm getting back. Well, this action. No. Where's
Combat.
Will again? Oh, I see it.
Combat.
Should be on a hot bar. Wow, your will is just a D20. Okay.
Taking a minute for it to load. I mean, I'm in there, but.
Yeah, it's always going to be like that. Okay. I rolled Bahati's. I got a 16.
Hey,
Okay. So inside this portal, there is this warming glow and a smell that most of you haven't smelt before. Can we get perception checks from everyone? Dion, you can get a +2 to this perception check.
Cool. So there's a modifier. How do I add to my modifier?
In the modifier box in the bottom left, you just click on it and type the number.
There you go. I was on just was that around?
Okay. Bahati got a 23.
I got a 16.
Okay. So Benji and Bahati, you notice the smell as grease and freshly worked metal mixed in with a bit of like a smoky smell. And when you look inside, you can see a bunch of like finely chiseled. You can't tell if it's metal or rock. But that's definitely where the smell is coming from. Whatever strange looking ancient place is on the other side of this portal. And Keeper looks at all of you guys as he steps out of it. And he says, "Your friend is fine for the time being. Some people belong in specific places, and some people shouldn't stay in the places they're in." And then he gestures towards Orag, and he says, "I need to borrow your friend for," he hesitates for a second, "an amount of time." And he just steps to the side to let Orag walk through. And he, like, hesitatingly does. Doesn't look like the kind of guy that's been through portal before, but he takes a second to build his courage up before he walks in. And Keeper follows after him, and then the smoke just disappears.
What the hell's going on here?
I think it's a
man.
fucking great.
What happened?
He went through a portal into what I'm assuming is a workshop. So he's probably gonna be working.
Maybe that's not to get off this boat. Maybe next time we go with him too.
Everybody talk.
Portal is in a doorway, or the portal is in like something magical? On the ship, a portal like on the ship.
Ain't gonna be.
It was clearly magical. Like, it was there 1 second, and then it wasn't there a few seconds later.
Anyway, it's gonna be better than here, right?
Oh no.
No,
No?
no. There's worse than this.
Yeah, I mean, at least they feed us and give us a drink a day.
How many times have you been whipped?
0. I do my job.
Not you.
Listen, that whip taught me life, alright? Ever since I got whipped, I've never messed up.
Right. Alright, fine. Never mind, then we won't go through the portal.
Okay. Good, I don't like portals.
It's easy for the man with the comfy job to complain about the whip.
Since I don't know my task for the day, could I just roll that real quick? Just to have an idea of what it would be?
Well, I mean, clearly it doesn't matter, because people are already rolling those tasks.
Ah. Gotcha. I'm rolling.
I would recommend nobody rolls their task until it's their turn, because then it's going to get buried by dice if you if you roll it. Okay, but Benji, your first action is to go to the shop.
Yeah. Gonna sell the items in the pie sheet.
Okay. Standard, half price when you're selling them.
Oh, even for a loyal companion like Benji?
Oh, okay. That's how it's gonna be. Immediately taking advantage of people.
I mean, I'm not taking advantage, but
I-
she was to offer.
Guess that depends on if there's a conversation that takes place or not.
Yeah. I mean, Benji's looking forward to getting back to the group, but a quick conversation with, Rock. Yeah, Rock would be lovely.
Because we've established that relationship. As you know, people not in the story, we haven't seen what that's actually like yet.
Right. Fair enough. Sure, alright then. Hello, love. Got some quality stuff for you today.
She gives you that not so attractive smile of hers. I don't know how many of you remember it, but it's pretty bad. She's when it comes to her face, she's a pretty ugly half-orc.
Oh, there's that glowing smiley. Go on, show me them teeth.
And it's impossible for her to even just talk without showing her teeth. So she looks down a little bit when you say that. But she gives you a soft chuckle, and she says, "Aren't you supposed to be working?"
Kurt's giving me the day off. Oh, but keep that to yourself, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of alcohol involved. Have a drink for me.
Wonderful, I will. And, of course, you're always welcome to join us, I'm sure.
Well, someone has to run the shop. I don't have any quartermaster's apprentice.
Ah, well, we gotta do something about that sometime.
Oh yeah, I don't have enough faith. The captain doesn't have enough faith in any of you for that.
Is it him that chooses?
I mean, Mr. Plug would have done the choosing, but if the captain says so, then yes.
Right. Well, maybe I could take over for a day or two, give you a break.
Yeah, you talk to Mr. Plug about that.
Maybe I will. Anyway, got this lovely axe for you.
Okay. She's willing to give you 75% of the cost of anything you want to sell.
Hey, all right. Yeah, I'll just have the axe and the two maces then.
You can just delete those and just manually enter the coin you would get.
Sure. So the unidentified hand axe is a masterwork, then, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Cool.
I forgot that you had that.
Okay, I can actually delete items out of the party sheet.
Oh, I didn't realize you had them on the party sheet. I thought you put them in yours.
Ah, right.
Okay, well that's fine. Let's see. 306. 330, whatever fucking 75% of that is.
Wait, the masterwork hand axe is 330?
No, that's all of it together.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Would you like to buy anything? can you roll me D4 real quick?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Well, you are getting 2 actions today, but because of all the heavy drinking that Croup and you are doing, he is not going to be able to cook tonight, so you're going to have to take care of that.
Excellent. Finally, a chance to show my worth.
Okay. What is your second action for the day going to be?
I'm gonna go and seek out Phipps.
Okay.
I would like to influence them.
Okay. Give me that roll. And obviously, if you want to, you can talk to her after that. Yeah, if that's what you're shooting for. You got options. Are you sure you meant Phipps, as in the fat guy who doesn't like you
Yeah,
guys?
he's been giving us hassle.
Okay. Okay, yeah, he, still fucking hates you.
Yeah.
He's about as receptive as he has been in the past. Lots of, cussing and threatening and, generally just not being happy with you. I think the conversation has to end when, Mr. Plug, ends up being kind of close to you guys. He's like walking around, eyeballing all the riggers, and Phipps just uses this as an excuse to get you in some kind of trouble, so you have to scurry down deck.
What a fat bastard. Alright.
He is a fat bastard. Okay, then you can give me a profession cook or survival check for making the meal today.
Oh. Ooh.
And you can also get 3 lashes for fucking up your job.
Oh, God, really? I
Yeah,
already fucked up? Oh, man.
the DC 15 check.
Shit. Alright. Do your best.
If you would have just been average, everything would have been fine. But there was a lot of drinking today, so probably just left it on the oven too long. Left it on the fire.
You know what? I prefer it this way.
Okay. So Bahati's doing running, and we're getting repair work. Oh no, that's from Ace. And from those are the swaps, Jacob. Come on. Let's get the task from the riggers. Oh, if we could get both of them, that'd be great. Why am I asking for both of them? We don't have one of you today. Okay. Dion, you're doing upper rigging. What action are you taking today? This is something you guys should know. Okay, Dion is not here. He has died. We're moving on. Swabs.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. I was here. I muted my Discord, and that's why I rolled that last roll, because it's a hotkey. I was going to do work diligently.
Okay. Which check do you want to use that on?
I'm going to use it on climb,
Okay.
and it's a +4.
Yeah. Give me that climb check, sir.
Nice. And
Nice.
Sailor.
Or dexterity if you want.
Dang, I killed it.
You aced your job today. You want to give me
Thank you.
a perception check.
Sure. I'm working so hard, I just focus. You know, I was focusing on my job.
Okay. Okay. Rigger task completed. Let's deal with our swabs. What are you guys up to today?
I think I'll just repair diligently. I don't want shit to fall apart on this.
Okay. A sailor check or dexterity?
Just.
And I don't think we've done repair yet, so I'm just going to tell you guys what it is. The flavor text says things constantly tear or break aboard the ship and need repairs, whether sewing sails or splicing rope all day. So, you know.
Is there any chance I could do a craft ship instead? Or craft carpentry?
No, there isn't any actual, like, carpentry work you'd be focusing on. That's more something that would happen, like, if you guys got really messed up during a battle. Yeah, good thing you did, eh? Hold on. Did you only give yourself a +2?
For working diligently, yes.
Yeah, it's a +4, man. You can give me a reroll.
Can I just keep my +2?
Nope. If I did that when you guys succeeded, how could I justify doing it when you failed? That's not fair.
Because you want us to succeed.
Yeah.
I want you to succeed a specific percent of the time. So success still feels rewarding.
Sounds cheating, but I'll take it.
Okay. You might have only been a runner before, but it turns out you're just as skilled at repairs as you are sending or taking messages to people. Okay, Bahati, what are you doing today?
I'm going to try to influence. I think we got Rosie. That's the little happening pretty much on our side. The other chick with a pirate hat, she's on our side, pretty much.
There are multiple chicks with pirate hats. That does not narrow it down.
They got me my item.
Sundara.
Sundara, she's favorable to us. Who's one of the other named people that we see majority of the time?
I mean, that would be anyone who's working the same job as you. If you just want all of the swabs, I can give you like 10 more names.
Just pick one random.
And I'll just roll me a d10. If there's no particular person, we'll just leave it up to Lady Luck. You gotta drag the dice into the box if you're just rolling. Okay, cool. Okay, so, working, like, the other runner today is, this guy who goes by the name Cog. He's the guy that when you guys got on board, he got on board the same day as you guys, but he was the only one who had all his gear. And he normally, normally at night, when everyone's relaxing, he's, like, off in some corner, just drinking and, normally, watching, like, some kind of game, but he's pretty much always by himself. The only thing that, like, you would know besides that, since you guys haven't really hung out with him yet, is that, pretty much every day at some point, like every day so far, he's gotten to at least one fist fight with someone. So he's a little bit of a violent man. But that's all you really know.
Okay.
And that's actually one of the guys that has a token down there. It's the one with the blue bandana and the extremely large earring that I think is a small bird skull.
Where are you looking at?
On the main deck. I recommend opening that every time we get in the game. You wanna give me your influence roll?
Influence roll. Let's see, which one is that? What is the...
For most of you, it's diplomacy. But it could also be bluff or intimidate, depending on what you're trying to do. Okay, yeah, and it turns out the guy who likes being left alone and getting in fights with people, he doesn't like the fact that you're fucking bugging him while he works, and it almost escalates to the point of violence. I guess this one time, fortunately for you, Master Scourge does his job properly and keeps all the crew in line. Doesn't really give any of you too much time to fuck around with each other. Okay.
I'm gonna just roll my regular, what is it, acrobatics and con, right?
Yeah. You got it.
Which one do I roll first again?
Acrobatics. So that's actually showing what work you did today. And then the con is showing how demanding it was. Really your performance. It's just about as demanding every day. Okay. You do your job well enough, and at the end of the day, you feel just fine. As fine as you could if you were running around for 12 hours. Okay, let's move over to nighttime actions, and we'll start with the rigger.
Who's this? Who is the guy?
What was that?
And the eye patch.
I didn't catch that, I'm sorry, man.
Who's the guy with the fedora and the eye patch?
You guys haven't talked to him yet, but you would know his name. His name's Conchabar Turloch Shortstone.
Okay.
And he is really big into gambling, and those of you that have hung out, because I know a couple of you have, hung out with Rosie at all, Conchabar has tried hitting on her. Actually, I believe, if I remember correctly,
Yeah.
Benji kind of got in the way of that.
That was me. That was
Or
me.
Bahati. Yeah, sorry. Names are right next to each other on my list. My bad. Yeah, you stopped Conchabar from, just making her uncomfortable a few nights ago.
I would like. What are there any special games going on? Because I would like to gamble, like play cards, if that's
Yeah.
an option.
We can set that up. If you want to give me a check, a sleight of hand or bluff, or if you have profession gambler, after you tell me how much money you're gonna throw in.
I have 4 gold. I'll throw in 4 gold.
Okay.
Down with a sleight of hand check.
Okay. You wanna roll me 2d4? We'll see how much gold you made throughout the night.
Oh, 2d4, I'm sorry.
If you left click the die and then right click it one time, it'll pull another dice up.
Oh, gotcha.
There you go. You doubled your investment.
So I made 8. Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, you put 4 in and you got 4. You didn't make 8.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Just making sure we're on the same page. Because one day, I mean, that matters now, but one day, someone might say double your investment for like thousands of gold, and I don't want any confusion there. Okay, what are our swabs doing tonight?
I would see if I could help Benji. Maybe 8 and then his heal check players tonight.
Okay.
Not promising anything. I'm more about cutting legs off and healing diseases.
Wait, what?
What? What happened?
So Benji, you actually have your choice of services tonight because there's someone else who's willing to help you. None of you guys know this, but Benji would find out tonight that Sundara is actually a cleric of Besmara, so she can help you a little bit as well.
Ooh. From talking to people, who seems more reliable?
Well, that's an interesting question because, like, Ace is a surgeon, and Sundara is a cleric, so their methods are going to be different.
I can get you a little bit.
You know what? Benji puts a lot of faith in Besmara, so he'll go with Sundara.
Okay. I'm sorry, Kiefer. It's not that you can't help. It's like I'll still let you do a heal check. Yeah.
I'm sort of here. She's definitely like, yeah, I have to take the leg. It basically like, so we have to take the leg off to fix the disease.
You know, if I have any new leg, I'll come to you.
That's fair. Okay.
So if you want to do an aid another action for Ace, then I will take that. I'm also going to do a roll on Sundara's part.
You did say Sundara was a cleric of Besmara, right?
Yes,
Cool. Okay.
that's something you find out tonight, and Ace will as well. She starts basically doing like a prayer to Besmara, and then starts drawing like ley lines on you with a white powder that if you guys want to try and identify, you can give me heal checks or knowledge nature. Both of those would be okay.
Benji will pour a bit of alcohol on the deck for good luck.
Oh, could I do that as well? Like, do I see them trying to help Benji? Or am I too busy gambling?
Like, you guys, if you want to come over there, but he's basically laying down as soon as work's over, so if you guys want to come over right when work ends, he's just gonna, like, have his drink and then go to bed. If you want to, Benji, you can try and sleight of hand your drink for tonight to, like, make it look like you drink it, but pour it out. I haven't brought this up before because I only do the one con damage instead of the D3. But since you took the one from drinking today, if you want to sleight of hand it, I figured I should bring it up.
What would I do?
What? Sorry. What would you do, Alfred? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
My thing is that I want to. That's what I can purify food and drink. I want to know how can I the easy way of basically making this shit water, pretty much.
I think it would still be like I I would let you roll a spellcraft in that case if you wanted to instead of a sleight of hand, but I think it would still be the same, like, DC. It would just be a different way of you getting rid of it. You're just trying to cast the spell without anyone noticing.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, unless you've taken con damage, it doesn't matter. It's just Benji had to take a con damage because he was drinking all day, so he'll still have one left over.
Oh, I get you.
So if you want to do that, Blaine, you can give me that sleight of hand.
Benji is more than happy to have another drink, but
Okay.
he will pour out a little bit of it as good luck from Desmond.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's a thing.
Okay. So you can't identify what the powder is that she's using, Ace. And you're fairly confident that you were helping Benji when you started rubbing salt water into the wound. He didn't sound very happy about it, but it definitely looks better.
I'm trained.
You're a professional. Oh, I guess if you also had, like, profession surgeon, that would have been an option. I didn't think about that one. Or is it just profession doctor in Pathfinder? I mean, I guess it could be either. They just have a list of recommended ones. But Bahati, you are able to identify what she's using. This dried up powder is actually like from these giant slugs that can be bought in a small port town called Lillywhite. Towards like one of the central islands in this Shackles, and basically the town next to them is like a semi-swamp, like a little bit of a bog, and they farm giant slugs there for dye. But a couple dozen years ago, they also found out that when these big guys die, if you dehydrate them, they have multiple medicinal purposes that you can use from different parts of their body. And one of them is just taking the dehydrated skin, which Sundara is using right now, and basically shaving it into bits and then crumbling it up into almost like a fine powder. And you can spread that onto wounds to make them heal quicker. And that's what she's doing for Benji.
So she's pretty much doing a cure light or a channel.
She's not doing either of those, and if you want to know more, you can give me a knowledge religion. Okay. Do you remember the name of the disease you ended up with for Benji? Yes, no, maybe so.
Sorry, are you asking me that?
Yeah.
Oh, filthy.
Okay. I'm glad to hear you remember it. If you want to give me fortitude save, we can start working on your cures. See how that goes tonight. You will have a +2.
Hey! Oh, that was without the +2.
Gotta give me a reroll.
Oh, no.
Patience is a virtue.
I forgot the +2 again. I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank God. Okay, make a note for yourself that that you've made one of the saves. And for anyone who doesn't remember, we did note how many days it will be until it actually sets in. While you are beginning to feel the effects of filth fever, they're not actually going to be anything you have to worry about for 2 days. At least mechanically. Like, you do feel bad and you know it's coming, it just hasn't gotten to a critical point yet.
Alright.
And that's one save for Benji. I'm happy that's the note we started on.
Absolutely.
Diseases, like, are one of the worst things in Pathfinder. They're one of the worst things for people to get.
I'm so glad I got one on my second bloody session.
Well, I mean, you're halfway through dealing with it, and it hasn't even hurt you yet.
Hell yeah. Tough as nails, mate.
And because you're laying down as your action today, and you aren't taking any more con damage today, you can knock off the 1 extra point you got. Because you heal 1 every night.
Just minus 1 now.
You should just be at 0 now.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, because you just had the 1, unless I'm forgetting something.
I thought I got 1 from crew, and then 1 from the drink that I had in the evening.
Yeah, everyone gets 1 at the evening, but you heal that 1. You're taking an extra you're using your action tonight to rest, so I'm letting you get rid of it.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're basically laying down for, half the day, a little more than that. They don't specify the amount of time, but it's effectively like your day action is a third of the day, and so on and so forth. So you're basically laying down 16 hours, even if that doesn't quite make sense.
Shit. Alright. Watch a couple more sessions of this and be rolling my head loose.
Right? What is Bahati up to today?
Let's see. I didn't go visit my friend today, but I need to bring him a treat, so I'm gonna sneak into the kitchen and get an extra ration.
Okay. This ration is a thing you can get.
I'll get 2 extra.
Okay. Noted.
Stop stealing from crew, you bastard.
So I just need to make a perception.
No, if you're going into the kitchen, it's not hard to find food in there. Is it specifically a trail ration like you'd buy off the sheet? No, but you can get food. Oh, and on that fucking note, we forgot about the Crimson Hour. Benji's supposed to get beat today because your guys' meal tastes like crap. No, you gotta kick them while they're down, okay?
I'm starting to think these pirates aren't as nice as they were.
Yeah, they were such nice fellows at the beginning. Let's see how this whip goes. And honestly, like before, like after your shirt gets taken up, this is the first time Master Scourge has approached someone who's getting whipped, like actually walks up right behind you and like leans in just a little bit closer to you, and he says, "You're lucky Mr. Plug likes you. You would have got 6 if it was anyone else."
Hey, buddy, looks like.
Okay, well, you only got hit 2 times. That's not bad. And a minimum roll and a minimum roll.
Ah, yes.
Okay.
He's so soft on me.
That's not even enough for you guys to worry about. Okay, then unless anyone is taking actions when they should be sleeping, Seems to me we're fairly solid.
Can we heal ourselves on 1 hit point?
You don't have to worry about that. I can do it on my end. I just have to, like, basically, what I can do in the menu is, like, say you've all taken a rest. And then it just automatically does it for everyone.
Oh, I see.
Okay, day 5. Today we will be starting with the rigger.
Yay. That is 6.
Nice.
Or strength.
Hey, this is a new one for you.
That's awesome. Okay. I'm gonna do influence.
Okay.
And where's Mr. Plug is in the basement. I forgot what it was. The bellows?
The bilge.
Yeah, the bilge. So I can't talk to him.
Mr. Plug is not in the bilge, ever. Mr. Plug is in charge of the riggers, which means he's on the main deck all day.
Oh. I thought it was the first mate that was in the bilge.
There's no officers that stay in the bilge.
Okay. Well, can I just go up to him and say, hey, can I show you an invention I made? If that's possible, after I make my skill checks.
Yeah, you can try that.
Okay. It was professional sailor. 16.
Nice.
A dex saving throw. No, constitution saving throw.
You might not have, worked on the mainsails on this ship before, but you're definitely as competent as anyone would ever ask you to be.
I'm sorry. Constitution. Where would I find?
That's on the main page of your...
Oh, there it is. Yep. I just didn't see it.
Once again, hotbar. Okay, then go into the effects in the top right and drag it onto your character sheet. Actually, here. I already have all this stuff up, so I'll just do it for you.
Oh,
There you go. You just won't be able to delete it later. I'll have to deal with it. Is there not one for today? Oh, yeah, you're right. New day. There you go. There you go, sir.
Cheers.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a grueling day, but if you want to try influencing Mr. Plug with whatever fucking invention you're talking about, then you can.
So I don't have the invention yet, but I just want to see, like, would he be willing to, like, let me show him this invention?
Oh yeah, he actually he looks surprisingly eager to listen to you.
Cool, and it's a diplomacy check at that point.
Yeah, if you actually have a invention you generally want to show him.
I failed.
Okay, what kind of invention do you have for him?
I was gonna see if I was able to show him my gun, which the cutthroat Grok has at the moment.
Oh yeah, when you tell him that, he actually goes down there with you to get it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's gonna take you down.
I mean, he doesn't know how to use it at that point though. So I don't have my gun. Can I ask for it?
Yeah, when you get down there, and you ask for it, you kind of see just behind you, like when Cutthroat Grok looks in Mr. Plug's direction, he nods. And then you hear a couple people running from the other side of the kitchen. You want to give me a perception check? Yeah.
Yes, I would love to give you a perception check. I got average.
Yeah. Well, you didn't notice them until it was too late. And
I'm just going to be happy.
basically what happens is Phipps Chumlet and Jaundice Japes come from the other side of the kitchen, like I said a moment ago. And you can try and put up a fight if you want, but they're going to try and like get you down on your knees and like to pull your shirt up as Mr. Plug pulls out his cat of 9 tails.
Ah! I just want to show you an invention.
Yeah, he's not the kind of person you want to do that with. You're shirking your duties, and you went up to your boss to try and give you something you should be paying for. And he's very not happy about it. And
He seemed happy.
yeah, he seemed very happy because he knew as soon as you approached him that he was going to beat you.
Ah! So, the cat of 9 tails hurts a lot.
Cat of 9 tails
I'm
is
not gonna
really
fight
bad.
him. I'm just gonna take it, man. Like
Like a champ.
it is. Yeah, like if I fight him, I'm gonna get more weapons. What am
Yeah.
I gonna do? Run?
There's only so much boat. You are smarter than most of your companions. At least in some respect. I mean, not generally. I don't want to lie to you.
Don't worry, I have a 10 in intelligence. I have a 12 in
When you have a 10 in
Right.
intelligence, but you don't act like it.
It comes in bursts of moments, you know? Ow! Just kidding.
Yeah, and this hurts a lot more than the whippings you've got before. Like a cat is both a lot thicker and a lot heavier.
And sharper. Yep, I am going to go to bed.
Well, don't forget, you have to work first. You still have to carry out your duties.
I already did.
I know, but you don't.
Oh.
It's not like you didn't do this at the end of your shift.
Yeah.
You basically got beat and then told that if you ever try and do that again, you're going to get locked in the bilges if you're lucky, or a sweatbox if you're not.
I think back to the spiders eating the rats. I'm like, I'll take a pass on bilges.
Let's just hope Mr. Plug didn't hear that.
I say this myself.
That's what I thought. Okay, we'll move on to our swabs. Somebody give me a roll for your job. Everybody, roll your task.
How do you
those
add to the
tasks
notes
tonight.
again? Oh, never mind, I got it.
You open up notes and then create a new note. Okay, Ahari, once again, you're running.
Okay, I will. My action will be to sneak and go visit my friend Al.
Oh yeah? Okay. What do you have the ability to do that? What are you doing when you get down there?
See how he's doing and give him a ration.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's not doing any better than he was the day before or the day before that, but, I mean, he seems just as happy as the last time you saw him.
Yeah, just want to stay on the good side and maybe play a game or something like that. Like hide and seek or peekaboo, some shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's a simpleton, and he's competent enough that he understands what you're doing, but you find out very quickly that, like, that's not something he's into. He seems like very disinterested quickly and goes back to crushing small crabs.
Okay.
You can still give me an influence check if you'd like. Okay.
I guess I'll smash some crabs with him.
Yeah, no, there are plenty of crabs for both of you to smash. He's not gonna stop you. Okay. Ace. Oh, well, might help if we get Bahati to do his task for the day.
Which one would it be?
Acrobatics and Constitution.
Acrobatics and... Acrobatics.
You guys have been runners like an abnormally large amount of the time.
I haven't done anything. That's all I've done is run. Hey, like since I started doing swap tasks.
Maybe that's all they think you're good for is carrying messages.
Yeah. They don't have
You're good at it though. They know what you're good at.
Yes, plug. Yes, Captain. Yes, First Mate with the Scourge.
You did not get any whippings today. You have avoided them, sir. Okay, Ace, I see you're hauling rope today. What kind of action are we taking?
I'm ready for whitlock.
We're gonna work diligently.
Okay. Which check are you using that on?
Profession.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think any of you are ever going to be ready for the sweatbox. Damn!
I worked hard and died.
You put your heart and soul into carrying all that rope and knotting it all up, but it's just more than you could handle.
Said negative 2 straight. Oof.
Dun dun dun! Okay, let's get a D4 once again from Benji. Okay, Croup is sober enough today that you don't have to cook.
Alright, Crew, I'm sorry that I messed up yesterday. Would you give me another chance? I'd like to prove myself.
Let's see what your job is today before that question gets answered.
Fucking turtles.
Yeah. Fucking turtles. Yeah, so unfortunately you're not going to be down there long enough today. And honestly, like, he got in trouble last night because of your poor cooking, so I think you've lost a little bit of his trust.
Oh, no. In that case, I'm gonna work diligently.
It's probably a good call. Don't want to end up in the bilges again.
No, fuck the turtles.
Kill them all. Who needs turtles anyways?
Hey, we got a turtle.
We got multiple, hopefully. Is he happy now?
he would be happier if there was a +4 modifier on that.
There was.
Was there?
Yeah, I don't have a modifier in Survival. I added it.
Did you use the modifier box in the bottom left?
Oh, no, I just added it in the miscellaneous.
Okay. Well, I mean, I won't make you re-roll for that, but in the future, use the modifier, because, like, otherwise I would have just assumed you had a +5 in your survival.
Right, okay. Sure, will do.
Okay, yeah, you're not going to work in the bilges tomorrow. You, unlike yesterday, you actually did your job.
Ooh.
While you are all working today, towards the end of your shifts, work gets called a little bit early, something that hasn't happened as long as you're all have been here. And everyone gets told to come up on deck. And you see Master Plug and Mr. Scorch. Sorry, other way around. Mr. Plug and Master Scorch. I've kind of got everyone in like a circle around the main mast, like spread out on the ship. And you see Master Plug, after like everyone's gathered, you see him go downstairs for a few minutes, and then he comes back up with Owlbear, and brings Owlbear to the center stage. And as soon as Owlbear comes up on stairs, up on like the main deck, you start hearing almost everyone start cheering. And based on what they're saying, you're all getting this vibe like there's going to be some kind of action, right? Like this is a special occasion. You guys haven't seen Mr. Plug's pet anywhere before besides guarding the stairs down below. And yeah, just as you know, a bunch of people around you have made it sound like when Mr. Plug gets to the center mass, he says, "We're gonna have a little bit of a sport here before our evening meal. Some bare knuckle fist fighting or wrestling." Says to the first man to step forward, I'm putting down 100 gold wager on Owlbear. And you guys can choose amongst yourselves which one of you, if any of you, are going to challenge Owlbear.
Ooh, I'll do it.
Okay. I think you're the best one to do it. Yeah, and you hear most people are chilling for Owlbear, but some of them start cheering for Benji.
Let me see a picture of Owlbear again.
I do go to Benji. I say, "You sure you want to do this?"
It could be fun.
Wait, Owlbear's taller than Benji, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy has 8 abs, man. I also go to Benji, like, bro. The guy has 8 abs.
What's worse that could happen?
He's got thick abs. He's got like... I've never seen a man both so scrawny and ripped.
He's skinny swole.
That he is.
So... Can I also bet? Like, if I were to throw in 1 gold saying Alf or Benji would win, and he wins, would I get majority of the gold? Because everyone else would have betted for Alfred?
I mean, if you want to try and set up a bet with someone, but you'd have to do it very quickly.
I'm gonna set up a bet real quick.
Okay, well, you got a few seconds while I set this up.
I'm gonna set up, I'm gonna go to the guy with the eye patch and the fedora, because I know he likes to gamble.
Okay, yeah. He'll match your 1. He'll bet against Benji. Owlbear's bigger. Why would you bet for Owlbear?
Actually, can I bet 4 gold? Saying Benji would win, or is that too much?
Give me a diplomacy check, but I'll give you a +2, since he is very big into gambling.
Oh, that's a +5, baby. That's a 14.
Okay, yeah. He's willing. He seems a little hesitant at first, but he kind of like takes, like, opens up a piece of his outer jacket, and you can tell by looking at this guy, like, he's a poor imitation of a pirate. He's not a very good worker, and you can tell he hasn't been on a ship before. All these fancy clothes he has, they're all messed up now that he's been on here for a handful of days. And like I said, he opens up his outer jacket, pulls out a little purse, and he can match you 4 gold.
Alright.
He's willing to bet on Owlbear. That is a safe bet.
It is, but where's the finding getting a little risky? Me and my 1 health over here. You know, he likes to live on the danger side.
So, what are the rules?
Just when you step forward, Plug just brings you and Owlbear together, and he says, just like I said before, lads, bare knuckle fist fight or wrestling only, no weapons. And you see Owlbear just nod.
Alright, buddy. Well, good luck. And he'll put his hand out to shake his.
Owlbear kind of just like pushes your hand to the side. Like he goes to grab it, like oversteps, and then kind of just pushes your hand down.
Well, alright then. Fine.
Oh man, Benji, come on, man. When? I needed 4 gold.
Okay. I mean, I'll throw you into the center of the map, and then you and Owlbear can either wrestle or box. You just have to decide.
You know what? I'll go for a wrestle, thank you.
Okay. Owlbear, as soon as you say that, Mr. Plug steps back. Owlbear kind of flexes, stretching his arms out and pushing his chest forward. You hear a bunch of cracks, and then you see him do the same with his hands, with his knuckles after that, and then does the same with his neck. And you can hear all of these pops. They're very loud. There isn't any fat on his body to make him any quieter.
Can I use martial flexibility now? Or do you want me to wait until I'm in combat?
You can actually roll me initiative.
Sure.
And I mean, it sounds like you have time to build up to this, so yes, you can have used martial flexibility before.
Wonderful. Go for improved grappling.
Okay. Would you like to give me a perception check?
Sure. Do you ever have someone just tell you no?
Yes. I don't have a problem with that. Okay. As you and Owlbear are getting ready, you can feel the tension of the air as everyone is, just super fired up for the two of you to start throwing each other against mast and grappling and whatnot. And Owlbear starts sidestepping, which I assume you start to shadow so he doesn't get any kind of upper hand on you. But you do notice after a few moments that he's kind of defending his left-hand side, and it looks like his tracking is a little bit messed up. Like he's at least partially blind on his left eye.
Right, okay.
So if you, factor this into your fighting, I'll allow you to make an acrobatics or bluff check every round to avoid his blows.
Excellent. Alright.
And you are up first, so if you would like to start grappling away, this is your opportunity.
I suppose Benji will take a little half step to the right and then lunge in from the left, going for his legs. Shit, I've got to click on him.
Oh yeah, that's probably a good idea. Targeting him normally works better. Okay. Yeah, you manage to grapple him, and he is going to try and break out of it. But, like I said, you can take advantage of the fact that he's at least partially blind. If you want to give me an acrobatics or bluff check, you can basically the way I would treat it, unless you have a different way of putting it, is that you're focusing on the side that he's blind on, and when he does try and break out, you can just use the fact that he can't, pay as much attention to you as most people could to hinder him.
Excellent.
Yeah, so he basically just tries flexing his way out of it, but you manage to easily hold him down. But everyone watching, and even you, Benji, can tell that this is a worthy opponent. You've just found a weakness in his armor.
I'm looking over at Master, looking at the reading the room,
I look at my gaming buddy right next to me, yeah. It's a lot closer than you thought, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's early in the fight, and he still seems confident. Okay, it's back to you, Benji. I'm just gonna do back and forth because I don't want to take everyone off the list.
Oh, okay, sure. Alright, in that case, Benji's gonna try and wrap around and try to pin from his left side.
Okay. Do you remember how pinning works?
I need to maintain the grapple and then pin, don't I?
Yeah.
Is it a second roll though? I don't think it is it?
No. Okay. So, a refresher real quick for anyone who hasn't done the grappling before. There's a whole fucking flowchart for this, so I don't blame you if you haven't. I wouldn't do it unless I knew how to do it.
Plus 5 as well. Shit.
So, you have him grappled. It is effectively, if you look at the grapple flow chart, this is turn 2, but it's technically round 3, the way they word it. And you've succeeded at grappling him. So your options are release the grapple, maintain it, or try and tie him up. Tie him up / pin him.
Yeah.
If you just maintain the grapple, which is what you just rolled for, you can pin him. You have to pin him before you grapple him. You don't have to, but it's easier if you pin him first.
Oh, right, okay.
So, basically, you just give him the pinned condition. So you're both grappled, but he becomes pinned now. And then next turn, if he doesn't break free, then you can tie him up. Which in this case, you have him pinned, but basically he'd be in utter submission is what tie up would be the equivalent of for this. This is like a special case. Which I think is an elegant way of doing it. Is the whole grapple system overcomplicated? Yes, but I get why it is.
It's interesting, but it seems weird how all the other mechanics are quite simple, and then this one's a fucking flowchart.
Yeah, this one has a literal flowchart. Okay, he's gonna try and break free. His escape artist isn't great, so he will use the other option, but like I said, you can try and exploit his weakness if you want.
Hell yeah.
I would just take it as you trying to pin him with like his blind eye being the only one facing up. Like you just have.
I mean, I kind of pictured it as I'm kind of on his back at the moment, but like on the left leg.
There you go. Okay, give me that bluff or acrobatics. The fuck did that +5 come from?
Oh, sorry, that was for the grapple modifier.
Oh, okay. Okay, well. Yeah, no. You did exactly what you described it as.
Oh yeah. So you want another grapple check, yeah?
Yeah, this is hopefully the last one. So the mechanics for this are a little different. So the DC for this, I mean, you still use your CMD for this, so you can just roll that. If you don't succeed, I'll just let you know exactly how it works. In general, you don't need to know how. No, I don't have it put on you guys.
Oh, I've been putting it on him. Sorry. I thought I was meant to.
No, I mean, yes. But since you haven't tied him up yet, you are still technically grappled.
Ah, okay.
Did you already make a roll for that?
Yeah, just did the 20 this time.
And that did that have grapple on it? Because I know you had it on you.
I had it on me, and then deleted it after I did the roll, and I was going to re-roll.
Okay, no, if you rolled it with the grappled condition on, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
Cool.
Yeah, then you managed to tie him up, and Albert seems like fairly frustrated, but you are clearly the victors today. There's lots of cheering going on.
Benji!
Hey, good fight, buddy. And he'll try to shake his hand again and help him back up.
Yeah, Albert, he's not a very emotional man, honestly. He's very emotionally stinted, and he kind of just nods at you, like barely even acknowledging you're there. But you see like a slight smile as he like walks away.
Hey.
Kind of like a little slumped over, kind of shamefully walks towards Mr. Plug, who seems a little frustrated with him, but he's cheering along with everyone else. Gives a dismissive look and says something to Albert that you can't hear. But, Benji, as long as you're on this ship, you have a +2 circumstance bonus to any influence check that you make.
Holy shit. I'm gonna forget that every time.
Don't worry, I'll remind you. And then you'll either feel really good or really bad when you reroll.
Yeah. Could I take the time to approach, what's his name, Plug?
Yeah, he actually, when you start walking towards him, he pulls that purse out that he showed earlier and he tosses it your way.
Ah, cheers, buddy. Hey, I've been meaning to thank you. Apparently, Scourge was a little less rough on me the other day, thanks to you. If there's anything I can do to repay you, please let me know.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's best if no one else did.
Right, well, of course, but the offer still stands.
He glares at you, and then he says, enjoy your reward. And he just waits for you to leave.
Alright, have a good day.
Master Scourge is always willing to be chatty, because that means he gets to shit on you guys, but Mr. Plug is... if you're not working for him, he really just doesn't talk to anyone that he doesn't need to.
Right.
He kind of like the captain is a little reclusive. Like obviously he's night and day doing his job, but like I said, he doesn't really chat with anyone unless he has to. Master Scourge is the one exception to that, and maybe other officers, but you've only seen him talking with other officers a handful of other times.
Fair enough. It was 100 gold in that bag, right?
Yep, you have 100 gold.
I'm fucking loaded. I'm gonna buy that gun.
You're
Zero gold.
you're 11% of the way there to buying the gun.
Almost there, Benji. Almost.
11%.
11%.
I thought it was 1,000 gold.
It's 900.
Oh, well, I've got 368 gold right now.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about the 100 gold, sorry. Yeah, a little bit higher than that. Sorry for the confusion.
That's right.
And if you just want an example of how simple Owlbear is, here is his intelligence. He has a 4 intelligence and a 6 wisdom.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, he is like the lowest intelligence you can have and still be considered more than an animal. There are goblins and gnolls that are smarter than him.
Well, good for making something of himself.
Oh yeah, but his physical stats, man, they're great. He didn't even get a chance to roll that whole time.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank God. That was a good fight though. Okay, let's do nighttime actions.
I'll chime in just because mine's gonna be easy.
Okay, good call.
I'm gonna go with that as well since I already made my gambling money. And
Okay.
I'm fatigued and I'm dying.
What do you mean dying?
I have 1 health. Like I am like.
No, you have 8 health.
What? Oh, my bad.
You have 7 subdual and 2 wounds.
Well, I'm feeling a little tired.
That's fair. And you don't, like, for the fatigued ace, remember, you end up sleeping no matter what, so you don't have to use your action on that. You can still help out Benji if you want to. Or, I mean, anything else.
Yeah, she should probably check in with Benji. I guess then.
Okay. Then, if you want to do that heal check, again, you can, unless you had something else in mind.
Nope.
Okay. Let's see what Sandara does. And she's using the same process she did the night before. Okay. Benji, are you going to sleep early again?
I suppose I should.
Okay. Then tonight you're going to get a +2 on your checks, just like the night before.
Woohoo.
That would be a fortitude save. Okay. You're a lucky man. Filth Fever has taken many a pirate, but tonight is your lucky night. You end up getting all the rest you need before any major side effects of filth fever set in. When you wake up tomorrow morning on the 6th day, you're going to be feeling a lot better than you have the last 48 hours.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, go ahead and make a note. You have made it through filth fever. You are a hashtag filth fever survivor.
Oh, damn, I missed my chance for Make-A-Wish.
Yeah. You should have taken damage for a couple days. See if you can get any charity from your fellow pirates.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. And I'm going to give you guys some XP for defeating Owlbear. I'm surprised none of you tried fixing the fight in any kind of way.
I was going to. I was thinking about it, but I was like, they watching me.
Oh, they definitely were. There's notes on that. It like specifically says like Mr. Plug keeps a close eye on the PCs.
And I figured like, oh shit, you chose wrestling. If you chose boxing, I was like, okay, I can help him out better, but he chose wrestling. I was like, yeah, can't do anything with that.
It's not too bad he chose wrestling. Boxing could have.
Oh yeah, he probably was suck.
Wow, no faith in Benji.
I have faith in you. I'm for going on there.
I just know what you can do. I just have a feeling that you're better at a wrestler than you are at boxing. I'm like, okay, please choose wrestling.
I bet you just kind of easy on it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he wasn't trying to help out better, to be honest.
I'm surprised that they didn't try. I was just going to watch them to make sure they were doing it.
The deck's always been stacked.
But in passing at any time, Benjamin mentioned to everybody that he's coming into quite a bit of money, and if there's anything they need, just let him know.
Can I like look at him and just say, hey, how you doing? We're cool, right? We're friends, we're buddies, bud.
Yeah, of course. Well, you ain't done nothing, have you?
I just smile and go to bed. And that's it. Just a really awkward, weird conversation.
Just maybe if you can get mine. I don't know, do I have my spell components? Is that something that I've gotten free, or do I? Oh no, I think she said did she give it to me, Sandara?
No, she didn't get your spell component pouch for you.
Okay.
She got your quarterstaff.
I can craft alchemy if that's what you need.
That's not what a spell component pouch is for. These are like minor little things he needs to cast his spells.
I'll ask Benji if you can possibly get that from the quartermaster.
Of course, my friend. Absolutely.
I'm gladly pay you on Tuesday.
Don't worry about it.
I will pay you 4 days from now with with something.
With something. I literally have 0 gold.
Or sorry, not 4 days, 5 days. You got 5 days to get gold.
Yes.
I give Bahari 1 gold.
What a generous man.
What? Thank you, husband.
Yeah. And then I give Benji 15 gold. Like, can you buy me a gunsmith kit? Since you're already down there most of the day.
Yeah, of course. That's cool, huh? But you know I paid for it, right?
No. I don't want to owe any favors, you know?
Just make sure we get off this shit.
Okay. And with that, I keep my 15 gold.
Benji is a very unique type of pirate.
I like to think he does things on a whim.
Okay, what is Bahati up to tonight?
He's gonna try to talk to Rose a little bit.
To who?
Yeah, to Rose after the
Rosie.
Rosie.
Okay, yeah. If you want to do an influence check with her, that's doable.
Sure. See where her mind sends it.
Oh, Benji.
Sure.
I don't remember if anyone here remembers this out of character, but that violin has been brought up to multiple of you. If that's something you guys are still interested in.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's an investment, Benji.
If Bahai wants to get her the instrument, then the instrument she shall get. How much is it?
It's 150 gold. You'd have to go buy it at the shop.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a lot, but I brought it up because you guys talked about it last session.
Yeah, get over there. We get what we get at for.
Okay, yeah, so, I don't know if any of you had guessed this, but Rosie may or may not have more than one level in Bard.
I didn't see that one.
Luckily, her charisma is not high enough for it to be a problem this time for Bahati. And yeah, like I brought it up before the last time you talked with her. Like you guys are already on better ground than a lot of people on the ship. Like, and at this point, I think there's a lot more like meat to the conversation you guys are having, and you're starting to know actually a lot more about her. She's not just the foul-mouthed, muscular halfling that you met a few days ago.
Yeah. I want to get a feeling. My thing is like, who is she basically cool with? So I can get over there and get some sort of, like who is she? What's the word? Her networking or whatever.
So Rosie, she doesn't have like a lot of people on the ship have like a handful of people they'll hang out with every night, like one or more. And Rosie's actually very sociable. You'll see her in most of the circles. You've seen her in most of the circles that exist on the ship so far. The only people she doesn't really associate with are the ones that have been giving you guys trouble, like Aretta and Phipps and Jaundice Jape, all of them. Those are the only ones she hasn't hung out with, but you've definitely seen her in a lot of different circles. Most of the nights just drinking, and a couple of them so far even gambling a little bit.
Hey, Bahai.
Yeah.
I was thinking, since you're already on good terms with Rosie, how about I just give you the gold, and you go get the instrument and your gold pouch, and you can be the one to give it to her.
I would definitely do that. That is a great idea. And I can find a way of paying you back.
Don't worry about it. Just make sure you got my back, yeah?
Yeah.
How much money to give you?
150 gold.
150 plus spell opponent is I don't know.
It's like 10 gold for that.
Yes, it's like 10 gold.
Just call it 160 for both.
Cool. Alright.
And like I said, you end up learning a lot more about Rosie tonight than you had before. I think she just started warming up to you because of the of you helping her with Conchabar not too long ago, and now you're like properly like putting a lot more effort into your relationship with her, and you end up learning a handful more details. I'll just throw out the bigger ones. She's actually not from the Shackles. She's actually from the Riverlands, and she had come here a few years ago. Basically, just because like the ship she was on around the Riverlands ended up going here. She didn't really have a choice on coming to the Shackles. She doesn't specifically bring it up, but she clearly had a reason for having to leave the Riverlands. And she kind of just stumbled her way in between towns and ships for a few years until she ended up here. Very much a lost, wandering soul, which, you know, is just her take on how a lot of halfling adventurers end up being.
I see.
You wanna give me like a sense motive check? Just Bahati. Yeah, we don't need to worry about anyone else. It's either very subtle or you're not completely sure, but she might just be like flirting with you just like a tiny bit. It's not something you could nail down, but it might be happening.
I give her. I admit now. Basically, I just like kind of reciprocate and I tell her a little bit of my story of I'm from Hawaii and some here history research my ancestors.
Yeah, and she'll make parallels with you about that, because it might sound strange to some people. I don't know if any of you know anything about both the Riverlands and the Mwangi Expanse, but those two countries have quite a bit in common. They're both not inhabited by any like major. There isn't one like unifying body of government, like a lot of these countries are called. These are more like wild, untamed places. So a lot of the behaviors, even though they're from like radically different parts of the world, end up being the same. So there ends up being like quite a bit, even though you guys are from two different lands, there ends up being like quite a bit that both of you end up enjoying talking about. Basically just spend the night, sounds like just swapping stories about who you are and where you're from.
Just to tell her I have an affinity for water.
Yeah, and she says she has the same. That's why she's stuck around the Shackles. Like, being at sea is one of the few things she still finds joy in.
Just sleep in the day. Sleep for the night away.
Okay, that was day 5, guys. If you guys wouldn't mind, I think this would be the time to take our first break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Then I will be back at 49 after.
Alright.
Just realised we still know fuck all about the captain.
Fuck the captain, man.
Well, if we're going to end up
Just
doing a mutiny and taking the ship from him, we're going to need
strong
to know a
guy.
little bit.
Strong guy. A lot of damage. That's all you need to know. Strong damage. Look at his picture. He has ears on his belt, man. The guy's a
He has
killer.
ears on his... Wait, what?
Or his waist.
What's
Yeah.
his name?
Barnabas Harrigan.
Where's that under? That's under images, right?
Images. Yep. It's like the second one. Like the guy has a dagger with a dagger inside of its sheath already as is. Like that's madness.
Oh my god, he looks badass. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Did you ever play Fable?
I've tried to, but when I was young back then, right? Like
He
Fable
looks a
was out
lot
a
like from
long time
Fable,
ago.
right? Like
Yeah, like I like the eye and only the eye that gets me intrigued. Like he has like you could pin him. Honestly, man, you could probably pin this fool.
You reckon?
Like if you do the same thing as you do with Albert, you could pin him.
Look at this guy and tell me that he doesn't look a lot like him.
He does.
Right?
Yeah, he even has his beard, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna leave the call for a sec. I gotta do
All right,
something.
buddy. You there, Kiefer?
I am here, yes.
So have you got any idea how the hell we're going to do a mutiny? Because at the moment
Uh,
it feels like we are no closer to it than we were when we first started.
yeah, no, I kind of agree. And it doesn't really seem like not to like metagame, but like in story there hasn't been any progression that way either. So I
Yeah.
feel like we're just well, like we're definitely building up the relationships. I'm not building up the relationships. I got a negative charisma score, so um, I've been letting y'all build up the relationships. My goal right now is just to continue being an earnest little soldier, and then maybe getting some influence that way.
Oh, yeah.
Um, but I think it's gonna kind of like we're obviously building up a crew. I feel like right now. So
Yeah, definitely.
And everyone I've talked to just whips me. I talked to Master Scorch, I got whipped. Talked to Mr.
Well, you're
Plug,
just
I get
very
whipped.
whippable, dude.
you're just whippable. You've got that face.
And where the hell did those two random bozos come from, man? Like I was just walking and these two guys just ran.
Yeah, I don't know how they had that prepared.
Yeah, I was like, fuck. Maybe there's a fire in the kitchen.
Maybe that's
Who
just the
knows?
spot that he whips people at, and he tells people to just wait there and wait for him to whip someone.
I want that job. I'm gonna get that job.
It sounds like a cushy job.
Yeah.
Sounds like you've got to get whipped a lot, so that way they start trusting you, and then you get that job. You're on the track. You're on the track to that job.
Yeah. Thanks.
I mean, at some point they've got to be impressed with the amount of times you've been whipped.
Yeah, the scars on my back. Crazy.
You might even get some natural armor out of those scars.
Yeah. Speaking of natural armor, how'd you make so much money? Where'd all your money come from? The 100 from the fight. So that means you had like 200 something.
You know that bilge? I found a chest in there, didn't I? When I was
Oh
doing.
yeah, and you sold all of it.
Hmm.
Yeah, here I am, gambling my heart away, making a measly 2 gold, 4 gold if I'm lucky.
I want to be clear. I'm not trying to hoard all the money. It's just it's kind of falling
Yeah,
into my
it's
lap.
just falling
But
into your hands, man. It's
everybody
crazy.
is welcome to use this money. It's not just my money.
Nah, what I'm gonna do is the next day I'm gonna gamble 10 gold. And then if I win, I get 20 gold. So that's 35 gold. I'm making money over here, right?
I
It's like
was
mutual fund.
I was
I've got some
thinking of
silver.
asking what the maximum bet would be, and then just putting all of it on one roll.
I got the draw. I mean, I was thinking like, I haven't lost a single game yet. So can I get like promoted and go to like the higher league of gambling? Like right
Ah,
now we're gambling in the little house, but maybe the next day I go to the casino.
find yourself in the officers' quarters,
Exactly. But
the other high rollers.
Mr. Plug just beat me to death. Master Scourge beat me to death. I don't know any other officers that's will be willing to gamble. and I'm not gonna take that risk.
Fair
What?
enough.
You should just ask the captain if he wants to gamble.
Yeah, the captain.
But it's gonna go over well.
Yeah, I just walk up to his door, knock, knock. Hey, you want to gamble with 15 gold? And he's like,
Maybe
I'm,
you should
I'm sure
gamble
she'll
with
say
whippings.
yeah. Oh, yes, I can whip the captain. Let's see how that
Well,
will go.
no, you put forward money, and like Scourge or whatever puts forward whippings.
He's a little sadistic. But again, I can't talk to the officers, man. I have to be an officer to talk to officers.
Yeah, I'm a bit unsure how we're meant to get close to them. I guess we're just not meant to. Oh,
There's
Albert's
an
an
officer?
officer.
He's Officer Pet.
Ah. Oh, man. How do I get to be Plug's pet?
Keep beating his pet.
Fuck.
I can make that happen.
Oh, my bad.
Right, okay.
Is there a way to where like if I win a certain amount of gambling or games, could I like move up and like bet more money or bet more gold? That would be.
Who seems like the wealthiest?
So I can bet with the officers, right? Benji, man, you want to gamble for me?
Uh, sure.
I know you don't have my skills, but I believe you could do it. Nah, I'm fine.
Fuck that. Benji's got good bluff.
Oh
Benji makes
yeah,
his own luck.
you could use bluff when you gamble. Honestly, man, I say you go all out.
I mean, I'm
Or
really
all
tempted to
in.
just put all of it into one bet.
Yeah, honestly, you get a what, a +7 in bluff? You could do that, man. Honestly.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, but like I thought he gets like like his stats make him have like a +7 in bluff. Right? Benji? Or do you get like a
Plus
+5?
8.
Plus it.
Nah, my
Dude.
bluff and diplomacy are huge.
Yeah, dude. Go all in.
Um, I'm
But you'll
bumbling my
listen to
way through
Dion.
to
You'll
do it.
listen to Dion and go all in.
I mean, I
Would
was already thinking about it. Don't tempt me.
I mean, he lost 160. Is 200 or 150? Come on, 150, 150. Hmm.
And if there was, they wouldn't have it for very long because they're gambling. Oh, right. So it is more about just passing the time than actually earning something from it.
All right, I'm back. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wow. A little bit, yeah. He believes that things bring bad luck and some bring good luck and stuff like that. Okay. My fault. Oh no.
Can I heal myself, or could you heal me for sleeping throughout the night? Nah, that's fine. Thank you.
Swamps. Oh, I've never done this one.
Oh man, different one.
um, I think I will sneak. Go and try to sneak. No, I'm just gonna work diligently. I kind of like this weather. It's creepy and ominous.
Hold on, can you repeat that? You're cutting out for me a little bit.
There. Okay. I am going to just work diligently. Is that strength or con?
Yeah, those are your choices for the day. You can't be bad at swabbing decks. Everyone knows how to do that. This is just to decide if it was a exhausting day of work.
Gotcha. In that case, I think I want to try to sneak
Okay.
instead of work diligently.
Okay, what do you got in mind?
So I've done running a bit, so I kind of know where the officer cabins are. I want to sneak around and see if I can hear something that's going on in the officer decks.
You cannot.
Places.
That is the one thing I will give you. Because you have done the running, I think everyone kind of knows this, but you have a much better understanding than most people. There isn't really, because the only way to get into the officer's cabin is through the stairs or the door. And you're not going to be able to hear, if any of them are in there talking, because they don't just hide in there all day. You see some of the officers throughout the day, most of them. But it would be very, very hard, borderline impossible for you to pick up information off of those officers, because they're just not people you're really involved with unless you are a runner. In which case, it's you meet someone at the door. You're not going in there and spending a bunch of time.
Okay, yeah, then I'll just work diligently.
Okay.
No, the con save is strength.
Yeah, most people will be making the con save. Okay. What's Bahati up to today? We know he's hauling rope.
I'm gonna try to sneak away and go shop. I'm gonna try to shop.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess I shouldn't have asked. I had a feeling. Okay. What are you trying to get? Is it just the fiddle and the spell component pouch? Alfred? Hello, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. Alfred just left the game, I think.
Okay, maybe he's having technical issues. I think I know what he's doing today, so seems like he needs a minute to sort stuff out. We'll move on to Benji. Okay, we'll go with the first one.
It's my time to prove myself. Definitely working diligently with this one.
You are going to need to roll that D4. You're going to be doing this every day. Croup is an alcoholic. Today, he's not a big enough one for it to matter.
Okay.
Which means you don't have to make a check today.
Alright.
And I think this actually, like...
I got kicked out. I lost connection.
Okay, it's fine, man. We figured something was going on, so we kind of just jumped over to Benji, and we'll switch back over to you once you get back in. So I think this works out perfectly for us, Blaine. Like narratively, this is like you've paid your dues. You went out and did your turtle hunting. Croup doesn't want to show any favorites, and then the day after, he's trying to show you the steps because obviously he hasn't shown you enough.
Oh, excellent.
So you don't need to make a check. What kind of action do you want to make today?
To be honest, I still kind of work diligently, if that's okay.
I mean, yeah, you can do that. I think flavor-wise, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Putting all of your effort into learning every little trick he's trying to show you. He wants to make you the cook he knows you can be.
Wonderful. That's what I've ever wanted.
Okay, we'll move on to Dion. Let's see what Dion's up to today.
I'm gonna work diligently because if I don't, I get what?
Nice.
Dion knows his place.
DC professional sailor. Oh, that's it.
Okay. This isn't your first time doing rope work, is it?
No, I believe not.
Okay. I know someone's done it as a rigger, but I thought it might be Orag. Okay.
Yeah.
See, it's a good thing you're working diligently.
Yeah, do I make a con save? It doesn't say I
No.
Cool.
Riggers actually have, like, legitimately the easiest job. You have to be the most skilled to do it, but in general, their checks are just easier than everyone else's.
I just realized.
Says the guy that got the most weapons.
Well, they've broken us, man. Like, all three of us have rolled diligently so far.
It might have taken 6 days, but you guys have found your place on the ship.
Oh, man.
Okay, are you having trouble getting back in, Alfred? Maybe we lost him again? Oh, he's muted. Okay. Well, if he doesn't respond, just for now. I'm pretty sure I know what he's getting. I'm pretty sure he's just getting the Masterwork Fiddle and the Spell Component Pouch, so if he wants to change that, we have a way of dealing with that. Let's do nighttime actions, starting with Benji.
You know what? On a bit of a high for fighting out there, Benji would like to propose to, I've forgotten his name, but the guy that likes to fight. Yeah, maybe he would be up for a spar.
I want to say you're talking about Cog. And I don't think you know him well to decide whether or not he likes fighting. He just seems to get in fights a lot.
Right.
Yeah. Like, you guys don't really know anything about him besides what I've said so far. So, like, he stays to himself. He had all his gear on day one.
Yeah, I guess that means he's maybe chosen to be here.
And yeah, he gets into a lot of fights. Those are the three things you guys all know.
Then I would like to try and influence him.
Yeah.
Maybe propose that if he does enjoy a good fight, maybe we wrestle.
Okay. If you want to give me a diplomacy check, and this is to show like you just picking up knowledge about this man, I can give you a little bit more about him, since it seems like you've picked up an interest. Yeah. So just talking with a couple, like a few of your fellow pirates. It does seem like this Cog fellow, like I said, he's a bit of a loner, but he did voluntarily choose to get on the ship. He's the only one of you that did. Nobody really knows why, but I mean, that's common knowledge. You can't really end up on a ship and not have people know how you ended up on it. It's kind of hard. The few people that have talked with them, like obviously the ones you've reached out to, say that he's like a very dark man, and that conversations that he's part of normally end up having kind of a grim tone to them. Okay, yeah, and if you do still extend that offer to do like any kind of like physical like contest with them, especially if you want to like fight with them, I'm not going to make you like mechanically fight. We can just say you guys get in like a fist fight. Then yeah, he's totally down for it. But he's kind of caught off guard by the fact that you do approach him, because he hasn't had anything to do with you, and he doesn't really have any reason to have, paid attention to you, with the exception that you beat Owlbear yesterday.
Yeah, well, I'm interested.
So yeah, how do you want to go about doing this?
The fight itself, or?
No, just your interaction with them. I know you're extending a fight towards them, but I guess I just want a better understanding of what you're trying to achieve with this. Is this you trying to gain his camaraderie? Is this you trying to like test his skills? Is there anything specific you want from this?
I guess explaining it, like letting it off, let him get some, let off some steam.
Okay, yeah. Give me any one of your... We'll treat this as an influence. And I'm going to have you re-roll that, because I was going to give you a +2 from, using one of his interests. So you'll have a total of a +4 modifier, since you've beaten... since you've proved yourself to the crew. You've conquered Owlbear.
Hell yeah.
Okay. This is the hardest check when it comes to influences that we've had someone succeed at.
Shit, alright then.
Yeah. Cog starts off as unfriendly as a default, and you had a good enough check to bring him up to friendly. So, like, throughout this fight, he doesn't talk much when you're actually doing the fight itself, but you do start to understand a little bit of the flow of the way he fights. He's a very dirty fighter. You've met plenty of people like him. He's one of these like dockside brawlers that gets a lot more into it than most people, and like he just fights super dirty, like trying to throw elbows and do feints and like trip you when you're not paying attention, and just taking any kind of advantage he can take. He makes it clear through the way he's behaving and what he says that it's like all just in good fun, and you can tell by the end of like your sparring session basically that like he's very happy, and like you guys end up if you're willing to, he'll end up swapping some like details with you and like admitting that he joined the crew voluntarily, stuff like that. If you want to do that, he will tell you more.
Yeah, during the fight, Benji's mocking him a little bit in a friendly way, and maybe asking him questions from time to time.
Yeah, and he's willing to answer them. It takes him a while. Like I said, he's not a big talker, but as you guys are fighting, progressively there's more and more chatter.
Cool.
Yeah. He is generally a grim person, like I brought up before, and like particularly anytime that he had like. He kind of forces that tone into the conversation. He won't make it stay if it makes you uncomfortable, but it's clearly where he's happiest. And like you can tell some of the tales he's telling, like some of the more messed up ones, are the ones he's enjoying more.
Right. Okay. Benji will try to match him. Obviously, it's not anything near as dark as.
Oh, he'll like truly give you some messed up stories if you're willing to listen to them. And they're more, I don't know, maybe, it depends on how you look at them. Like a lot of them, since you guys are fighting, most of them are revolved around that. So like telling you times that like he's beat the shit out of people, even a few that he's killed, which he seems particularly proud of. And like he'll even tell stories, multiple of them are about him getting his ass kicked, especially when he was younger. It also comes up at some point that he's like a pretty devout follower of Pharasma. Like in multiple of his stories, somehow that's tied into it. Actually, a few of his fights have started over that. Turns out a god is quote unquote good, as Pharasma doesn't sit too well with many pirates.
Fair enough.
And yeah, like I said, congratulations, because there hasn't been anyone yet that's been good enough to do a 2-step change. It's not easy.
Bloody hell. Hell yeah.
Okay, we will move on to Dion.
Dion's gonna gamble. Like, at this point, he's addicted.
I love it! Dion is just a pirate. I love it. He is, I mean, I'm not saying you never were or I didn't think you were going to be, but you've just like full on embraced it at this point in your own way.
Man, what's the limit for how much you can gamble?
Well, why don't you tell me how much you're gambling?
I am trying to see if I could gamble 7 gold, and if possible, 10.
If you're playing cards,
Yeah, I'll be playing cards.
that's going to be really hard to get up to that 10 mark. It'll be easier to get up to 7, but most people aren't playing for more than 5. You know, because everyone doesn't have that much money right now. If you want to give me a diplomacy or a bluff check, I would let you try and like convince someone to gamble for those higher prices. But otherwise, it's not going to be anything more than like throwing 5 gold in a night, unless the circumstance changes.
Also 14.
Yeah, unfortunately, there isn't anyone willing to spend that kind of cash.
That is fine. I'll bet 5 gold then.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. There are people that can match that. Imagine it like rationing. Like they might be pirates, but they're budgeting their booty that they spend on leisure activities.
I do not know what that means.
Budgeting?
Yeah. Dion doesn't know what that means.
Oh, okay.
He wants to go all around.
I was worried there for a
19.
second. Okay.
I
Okay.
didn't lose.
Unfortunately, you don't end up bringing any more money than you spent tonight home.
Dang.
You have finally met your match. Whether that was Lady Luck's fault or otherwise is up to you.
Who did I? Is it possible to know who I lost to?
Yeah, so normally it's not just one person you're playing with. Normally it's a group of people, and most people around here are willing to willing to gamble with you guys. Is there any like group of people you'd prefer? Is there like specific people, or do you want to like hang out with, like friends of friends? Is there anything like that?
I would like to. Well, I've been gambling a lot, right? Like 6 straight days.
Yeah, like I know
Just
you've
gambling.
gambled with Badger and Conchabar. Those are the only ones that have been named, but I didn't know if there was any other specific
Was there
people.
anyone that like struck my eye? I was like, ooh, that was a good move he did. Like anything like special.
I mean, there are some like plays that you could call out, but there isn't like there isn't anyone here who's like particularly better than anyone else. It just depends on the night and how much one person drank versus the other.
Well, we gamble, and I'm gonna have some fun. That's it.
Okay, let's talk about our swabs. What are you guys doing tonight?
So I think Ace is going to probably gamble also.
Okay. If you want to be, you can be part of the same game that Dion was in.
Okay, yeah, that works.
And it sounds like the pot that was spent throughout the night was,
Actually, yeah, there's no way I could avoid that. So I would probably like just bet on somebody who's doing like the hand stuff. I would just bet on other people. That's probably more Ace style.
Okay. If you want to bet on someone else, then is there anyone in particular you have in mind?
Not particularly. No.
Here,
She
why
just, like,
why don't you give me like a knowledge local, or if you don't have that, I can give you like perception, but it would be harder. Okay. And this is just for you to like feel out who in one of these gambling games is like worth getting behind. And yeah, there's a group of not so savory people, for the most part. A couple of the people that have tried beating you / stabbing you guys that are hanging out, playing liar's dice with a few others. I'll give you guys names. So it's Jaundice Japes, Mahim, Phipps, and Tilly. And they're all playing liar's dice. And Tilly is actually pretty good at it. And it might be because of her age. For those of you that don't remember, Tilly is that older half-elf lady with the gray hair with the stripes cut into it. And she's particularly good at liar's dice. It's all about bluffing. And it turns out when you get older, you start learning things about people. So lying to them isn't that hard. Or as hard. It's still difficult. So there's 2 ways we can go about this, since we haven't had someone bet on a non-player before, and I'm okay with either. I think you guys as a group will need to decide on this. Is would you prefer to have me make both the rolls, which is generally what I do for NPCs, or would you prefer to make one of the rolls and then I make the opposing roll?
You can make both rolls. That's fine with me. Whatever else thinks.
I think it's fair if you make. Yeah, if you make both rolls, I feel like that's fair.
Okay. If there's no objections, I'm going to roll the first one. Okay. Okay. So we got a 17 for Tilly, one you're betting on, and then we'll just do one opposed roll to see if she's good at liar's dice throughout the night. And it seems like she is. I forgot to ask though. How much money are you throwing forward? That's
It
my
was just a
bad.
silver. I've only had 3 silver, so I would only have one of my little silvers.
Okay. Then you can give me 2d4. Sometimes the dice will change, but we're just changing the amount. So you can make 7 silver tonight.
Yeah. And then, is she drinking throughout the night also?
Yes, most of the pirates here are. Most of your fellow crew members.
I figured she wins like her first game and like playing throughout the night. I would just make sure I was using prestidigitation to keep her drink nice and cold.
Okay, yeah. I mean, she's actually like a lot smarter than most of your fellow crew members. So if you don't make this like intentionally hide this from her, it's something she'll notice by the end of the night.
Oh no, I would make sure it's
Okay.
Yeah.
Then she like makes it clear that she appreciates it, but she also understands you're making money off her. With liar's dice, the way I would put it is basically you like betting in her place. So you probably made more money, but you know a chunk of it went to her.
I like it.
You're like, you know, when you go to Vegas and you see the guy that has like the pretty girl on his arm when he's at the table. That's what you were.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's fine. Okay.
Okay, what is, are you back, Alfred? I'm convinced Alfred is in some kind of distress and we should call someone. So,
Can you guys hear me?
oh, we can hear you now.
No, I've been back. I was listening.
Oh, okay.
But for Wednesday, it wasn't connecting for whatever reason. But I was back.
Okay.
I was like, you went to the night phase, I missed the day phase.
Yeah. We hadn't heard from you in a while, so we moved on to everyone else's. But with your day phase, you were just gonna buy the spell component pouch and the fiddle, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then you can re-equip the spell component pouch now that you have it. And I assume tonight you're gonna give the fiddle to Rosie?
Correct.
Okay.
Somebody's room. What is that? I lost all the information. So I need the room for the job.
Let's see. What'd you get?
I got 4 hours.
Your haul and rope. Yes.
Yeah.
So you have Profession Sailor for your job, and then a Constitution to avoid being fatigued. And while he is doing those rolls, remember you get a -2 to all of these.
Ooh, so 10.
No, just re-roll it since you didn't put the modifier in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when you're shopping, you take a -2 to all your job rolls.
So do a -2.
If everyone else who has it could give me a knowledge nature for the night phase, that would be awesome. Or Profession Sailor, whatever's better.
Oh, Profession Sailor.
Or knowledge nature, whatever you prefer. Okay. And Bahati can also roll that Profession Sailor / knowledge nature for the nighttime phase.
Nature. Is it? I don't get the -2 now since that was for the daytime, right?
Yeah. This is for nighttime. And this isn't taking up your nighttime action. This is just something I'm having everyone roll.
You said Professional Sailor or Nature.
Yes. Okay, Benji, I think you've brought a curse upon the ship.
Oh, what?
The waters tonight, you notice it when you lay down to go to sleep. They're a little bit rougher than they normally are. We'll get those lashing handed out.
Yeah.
It wasn't exhausting, but yeah, it's because you didn't do your job right.
Yeah. I went to the shop. I went to the hospital.
You were too occupied with shopping spree. That's okay, it's just the whip, it's not the cat.
Nah, I couldn't tell you. I don't want to get hit by that.
Okay, what are you doing for your nighttime action, body?
I will go to Rosie and I will say, I'm having a surprise for you. I know that you didn't want this particular item, and I said, I've procured this item for you, and the fiddle, bow.
Sorry for interrupting.
Okay, and I said, all I ask for is a song to soothe my mind and my wounds.
And you haven't seen a smile this wide the whole time you've been on the ship. Rosie is extremely happy. She seems a little bit surprised, but when she grabs the fiddle from you and kind of puts it in her hand, and she tunes it a little bit. She looks up at you, still a little surprised, and she says, I would love to play a song for you. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much this means to me. And tonight, everyone is going to get beautiful music because Rosie is going to be playing her fiddle. Something that soothes the entirety of the crowd.
Luckily, since we've all been cursed, may help a little bit.
It is definitely the best performance you guys have had the whole time you've been on this ship. And Rosie actually makes a decent amount of money off it. Yeah, you see like half a dozen gold get handed out to her throughout the night as she's playing. Very like happily just moving through the crowd gracefully and playing her fiddle. Always some kind of cheery tune going on, and you even hear a handful of the sailors sing songs to a few of the a few of the songs that she's playing. Okay, you guys have made it through night 6. Let's get you guys through night 7 so we can say you've been here for a whole week.
Sorry, can I just do nighttime action? Stay awake tonight.
Yes. You will be exhausted tomorrow, though.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
So Benji is gonna wear his phone ring to ward off evil spirits, hide it under a piece of wrapped up cloth, and then he's gonna sneak to the kitchen and take some alcohol. He's gonna pour it on the deck with good luck, and he's gonna check the food and stuff to check anything that's cool.
Okay, yeah. You can give me a perception check while you're in there, or a profession cook. You notice when you go up on deck, and as you're like spending time down in the kitchen, that the water, like the ship is being rocked more and more throughout the night. And yeah, it doesn't look like anything in the kitchen has been spoiled, but it does look like someone's pilfered some of the food in here. It doesn't quite add up like it did the last time you checked the register, which was actually a few days ago. It was like 3 days ago.
But there's no way to find out who did that, so I have to ignore that.
I mean, if you want to launch an investigation, you can.
I don't think it was too fast.
I didn't think so.
Because you wonder why there's always extra crumbs and extra little pieces of food around my hammock.
Oh, you are a bad thief. If I was you, I would have tried to place those crumbs around someone I didn't like. Walk over to Phip's hammock and just accidentally drop a bunch of crumbs.
Put it all in my pocket and then just put it like in a slide down my hand. What was that in Green Mountain? What was it?
Okay. The next morning, all of you get summoned up deck to the familiar sound of the bell, and it is extremely windy, and it is like raining pretty hard. Like you guys haven't had to deal with rain or wind at all up to this point, and the weather is definitely going to make your jobs a little bit harder today.
I'm feeling bad for the person that's going to the crow's nest.
I have Lady Luck on my side.
Okay. Today we're starting with our rigger.
Lady Luck, let's see. Number 6. Okay, specialist profession. I'm more diligently, of course.
What are you using it on?
I'm gonna use it on my probably 10 profession sailor.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
And then a DC Constitution.
You did the work of 2 men today
Dude, I kill it.
without a sweat. You even this is like the first time I think you've actually heard Mr. Plug acknowledge your work. Like, you've failed in the past, and maybe that's why he hasn't said something, but you get like a sideways like compliment, like an insult that is both an insult and a compliment, which is the best thing you've got from him so far.
I yell while I'm working. Yeah, thank you. All the way from, I don't know where I'm at, raising, lowering the...
You're on the main deck. He's probably just like on the upper deck by like the captain's cabin and the and like the back mass. What's the rear of a ship called? I know we have 4. Is it the 4 or is it the front? I should know my nautical terms for a nautical campaign. I will know them next session. Okay, let's hop over to the swabs then. Hey, rat catching.
Not her favorite.
I'm sure Spade would enjoy it. That's all good, Blaine. Hey, you guys aren't working together. What is Ace doing today?
I feel like for story purposes, you would have to absolutely shirk this task.
Okay.
Because she does have the trait where she's afraid of the environment.
Yeah. I'm digging it.
So, shirks -2 for one area of the ship. I guess, like, well, it should be on all levels, probably. Yeah, I think she would just do the lower deck.
Okay.
See if there's anything she can see, or
Okay.
realistically, she'd probably be laying in her hammock.
Yeah, I'm not even going to make you roll a perception check. Like, you've spent so much time down there that I can just tell you what there is to find down there.
Okay.
The most attractive part of the lower deck for you guys would be other people's lockers. So if you have a way to get into those, that would be the most important things. And otherwise, there really isn't much down there. It's basically, like, for the most part, it's a tiny bit of storage, your guys' lockers, and then your hammocks.
Can't do that. Okay. I would note that, but I won't do anything with that information today. Really, she's probably just going to end up laying her hammock and reading her spell book. Probably, because there's not much else to read on the ship. I'll give them like a 2.
Okay.
What are choices?
Oh, actually, I will give you, if you're not going to do anything else, I'll give you a perception check, because there is one thing that I don't think you guys have spotted yet. You don't have any reason to have spotted it, but if you're spending time down there, I will take a perception check from you. Okay.
Can I roll one for spades?
I mean, you can. Yes, you can. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. Just remember, all you guys can like communicate with each other's general emotions. And even to, like, the best of his ability, you can't really, he might have seen whatever it is that potentially you could have, but there isn't any clarity. It doesn't make things any less confusing. I guess actually the way it would be is, like, just blissful ignorance to the thing I'm suggesting exists.
Probably. Okay. I will...
Remember to add those -2s to all your rolls. And by all, I mean just your stealth, survival, or dex.
Oof.
That's enough to get you by, though. Oh, and we didn't talk about this before, but I think this is a good time to do it. How are you feeding Spade?
I assume Spade's just eating rats.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Snakes don't eat too often, especially like if they get a big meal. So, but yeah, and he probably ended up getting a small portion of my ration if you don't find rats for the day.
No. If Spade is provided with the occasional vermin, such as what you're getting today, then they're fine.
I guess I could even tuck some of these away.
Yeah, if you want to. Make sure you put them in a good place, though, because some of the other vermin might eat them.
It's true. Yeah,
there is no lack of vermin. Like, that's not something you actually need to do. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so, I mean, they have to, right?
They kill it. They have to kill it. And I mean, I'm not gonna say that. Okay, I will say that, but to 99% of the time, they kill their prey and eat it. And of course, if you're starving, you eat pretty much anything. But
yeah. Well, no, I guess that makes sense for, like, for most wild animals, right? A lot of them aren't going to eat, especially predators. They're not going to eat something they didn't grab. But I don't think there's a problem with it, since it's like a familiar. It's a trained animal that you have a connection with that is different than most people and their animal companions. So if
They're smarter as well, right?
in general, yes. So yeah, there's no problem with that.
you didn't do the rest overnight. still.
Oh, yeah, there's still a couple of you with a few hit points. I got you. Now there's none of you. Just don't get beat, guys, and I won't have to have you guys rest.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Hey, you have been succeeding recently. Okay, we have dealt with our swabs.
But not me.
Oh, sorry. Spade was first. Or not Spade, Ace, yes. Bahati, you are actually swabbing the deck today.
I'm swabbing the deck today. I will work diligently to get my +4 because I suck at.
At swabbing the decks.
Yes.
The main thing you do. You're bad at.
So +4.
How did you ever get hired for this? Oh, it always matters. It's back-breaking work, but it didn't break your back today. There's always a chance tomorrow, though. Okay. What's going on in the cook's cabin? In the kitchen? What's the cook made up to? Once again, sober. You do not have a job you need to do today.
Oh, brilliant. I guess we'll do one more day of working diligently, just to really cement that I'm trying hard.
I can appreciate that. We'll move on to our nighttime events then. And we'll start with the swaps.
I feel like I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing with the same person.
Okay, just whatever.
Got it done this week.
Yeah. She's not gonna do it every night, but she will be doing it tonight.
Okay.
And you said you're only doing one
Regardless if he
silver?
wins or loses, I'll still just make sure the drinks are cold all night.
Okay. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, because like as I said before, like the winning / losing is kind of like a thing throughout the night. It's not. Yeah, but no, you end up making around about the same amount of money. You can throw out 2 d4s.
I will.
I think half a dozen silver. Okay, yeah. Are you betting on Tilly as well?
Yes.
Okay. In the future, if you guys are both going to bet, I want to know before I throw rolls out.
Yeah.
But you can also roll the 2d4.
You said what? Left click and then right.
So no, just right click to hold the dice and then, or no, you had it right. I'm getting my left and right mixed up. I don't think I'm dyslexic. You guys got the same rolls. Looks like Lady Luck's on your side. Maybe you should borrow some money from Bahati, Ace. He's rolling in those gold pieces.
I've got 16 silver. Okay.
He made 10 times what you made tonight. And it's
I'm okay
all
with it.
because he reads books. Okay, Benji.
If I take a long rest, I'm sorted with the fatigue and exhaustion, right?
Yeah, if you take a rest action tonight, then you can get rid of it.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that then.
Okay. What about Dion? What's he up to tonight?
Dion loves to gamble, so he's gonna throw down 5 pieces of gold, hit him with this, and he gets a 14.
I don't really know why I ask. I should have known what you were doing. Okay, yeah, you can take your 2d4.
Give.
Dang!
6 is just the number tonight.
I give Dion back 2 gold pieces.
Why?
You gave
Oh yeah, I gave you gold.
Sounds like you didn't need to give him those 2 gold.
I mean, I'm over here making money, man.
Oh,
I got a plot calculator.
like keep it for later. Keep it for later when I lose.
Yeah, when I'm losing, just give me the gold.
Spot me when losing.
I have 21 gold. Feel good. All of this is hard earned.
Okay, that's good to know, Blaine. Thank you.
sorry.
Okay. We'll move on to day 8. Congratulations, gentlemen. You and your characters have made it through 1 week of being shanghaied onto the Wormwood.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for you, day 8 is much worse than the rest of the days you've spent here. When you guys get on deck that morning, the wind and the rain has not gotten any better, and it looks like a storm has properly hit the Wormwood. The ship is being tossed around on the high seas, and all of you are called on deck, even the cook's mate, to do rigging tasks today. You're all needed to keep this ship going, and because of the rain and the wind, everything's going to be harder today. We're adding 2 to all of the DCs that you guys are making. And depending on how this goes, you guys might not be sleeping tonight. Depends on how long the storm lasts. So we'll just start with our rigger today since it's a special event. Roll the rigging task. Okay. What do you want to do today? Keeping in mind that the DC for both of those will be 12.
You know what? What do I get a plus on for flying?
Also, because of how hard it is to work today, you're going to be making constitution checks to avoid being fatigued. Everyone will be doing that.
So I'm going to work diligently.
Okay. Which of your 3 checks would you like to use it on?
Well, I'm going to use it on climb.
Okay. Yeah, and this is the hardest day of work you've had by far.
Then I'll make a professional sailor. Ah. Crap.
Now make a constitution.
Constitution. Ah. Crap.
Okay. You're going to be fatigued, my friend.
You were doing so well.
Dude, this storm, man. It's something.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, I definitely didn't add fatigue, but I can if you
never
need
mind.
me to.
I have a little guy on my card. Okay, now I added it.
Did you? It's not on the combat tracker.
Wait.
Just drag it onto the combat tracker. That's where you do it.
Oh. There.
There you go, bud. Okay, let's move on to our newest riggers, aka the regular swabs. Why don't each of you give me a rigging task?
Can you reshare the rigging task with me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I think swap task, I didn't say rigger task.
No, I mean, that's totally legit. I get it. There you go, everyone, since you're going to need it for today. Okay.
I will work diligently with profession sailor. So is that only a +2 then?
The DCs are going to be +2. You get
Okay.
+4s for working diligently. And the constitution checks that it says some of you have, I will let you know because the work is so hard, they will be higher.
Sailor. Cool. And Constitution.
It's your first time working on the mainsails, but you managed to do it even in this crappy weather. And it's hard, but you press through it. The floor is open to our two other friends. That looks like a work diligently to me.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to put the push talk on. Yeah, work diligently.
Okay, give me a constitution check. Okay, you're going to be fatigued as well. You guys are having real bad luck with those con checks today.
Okay, so I'm going to do more diligently. I'm going to use it for. What can I use the +4 on?
Any of your checks. So for the climb, for the profession sailor or dexterity, or your last choice is the constitution you'll have to make.
I'm going to do the climbs.
Yeah, just do it in order. Just climb, profession sailor / dex, and then constitution.
And you said -2?
No, the DCs are just going to be higher. The DCs for all the checks are increased by 2, and the constitutions by even more. I just let you know about the regular checks so people didn't get frustrated.
Climb, I failed that one.
Yeah.
And then so is either professional sailor or Jackson do professional sailor. Damn. Oh,
Hey, you passed.
and then I'm gonna do the con. I'm gonna do the +4 for the con.
Sorry, man.
Fatigue.
Yeah. Oh, Blaine, if you want to drag fatigue onto Benji, that'll be that'll make things a little bit easier for you. Same with you, Alfred. Throw it on Bahani. And yeah, I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm really not. You guys haven't done these jobs before, and some of you failed, some of you succeeded, but almost all of you are tired by the end of your shift. You guys, normally there would be a nighttime event, but basically you guys do like a rotating shift in like a 10-minute period where like some of you will go downstairs to eat some ship's biscuit, which is like, you guys haven't had to eat this yet, but it's fucking disgusting. And then you immediately go back upstairs and get new rigor task. There is not going to be any sleep tonight, gentlemen. Okay. We'll start with our 2 regular swabs. Give me your rigging task.
Are we doing riggers again?
Yeah. You guys are all day doing rigging task. There is no rest for you guys. The storm's not letting up, and neither are you. Okay. What are you doing, Ace? What is your check?
Drink. I will use climb check, no contact. So
You're gonna have to do a con save still. Everyone is.
Oh, okay, that's true. And I will use a +4 for the climb, since I did spectacularly at 4.
There's this great spell that anyone who can get it should look into. I'm pretty sure it's called Regrasp.
Actually, that's a good point.
I don't know if any of you have it. I don't recall. But it is a great 0 level spell.
Wait, what's it called?
I'm pretty sure it's called Regrasp.
Sounds good. Wait, but no. So skill and climb.
It's like it's a 0 level spell that I had on my hunter, and it lets you, as like I think a free or a swift action, you can re-roll your climb check if you fail, so you don't fall. Whew.
Yeah, that's what we expected.
It's rough.
And profession sailor.
Yeah.
It's one of those minutes.
And the-
con.
There are so many of you failing at your task today, and the ship is in such dire need that there isn't time to whip all of you fools. And that's like a direct quote from like Master Scorch.
That's fair.
And like he's definitely being held back by Plug a little bit, which I mean is something you guys have noticed throughout the last week. But they're both yelling at like just everyone around them.
Oh man.
They're horrible. I'm working diligently too.
What are you throwing the work diligently on?
I already rolled this, so I'm just gonna do my con. Since I
Okay.
already rolled it.
I
Do I need to add
respect that, Alfred.
What did you say?
I said I respect that. And yes, you do need to add fatigued to Ace Kiefer. It's easier if you guys do it on your end, so then you can remove it.
Yeah, just wasn't sure what it was.
Yeah, everyone is fatigued now. Fortunately, Bahati will not be exhausted. Okay, what about Benji? Let's see what job he's up to tonight. Rope work. Consistency, I can appreciate it.
Hey, Benji is going to influence Sonara.
You do not need to do that at all.
I wanted to talk to Sonara about
Okay, that's fine.
appeasing Sonara. But I won't diligently then if I'm allowed to still talk to her.
Yeah. It's difficult to do, but she has enough time at one point during the storm to just tell you that, like, as long as you're paying your dues and following the pirate code, that Besmara, while she is somewhat of a fickle god, in general, she won't punish you for just nothing.
Okay.
Unless you've done something recently, there isn't any reason to believe that something like the storm is your fault.
Wonderful. So I'm going to use my +4 on the constant.
Okay. This guy can just not tie a fucking knot or carry one. Okay, you're exhausted, my friend.
Am I good to roll?
Yeah. You're the last fella for the day. You've done this before, you know what you're doing.
Yep. More diligently, and I'm using my con.
Okay.
Cool. And Constitution +4.
Showing Benji what real work looks like.
Put all that work in.
Yeah! Might be pulling a fucking double, but you do your doubles right.
Hell yeah.
Okay, yeah, and like, you guys can tell it's not just you guys struggling, it's like everyone on the ship, even some of the riggers.
Some of the regular pirates.
Yeah, even like I said, even some of the guys that are doing this every day. And you actually see one of the swabs, someone who's not, not used to doing this job, ends up going over deck towards the end of your shift. Rosie has been working in the rigging for like the last 8 hours, and she actually falls like 15 feet as she's like coming down from her work. She like falls 15 feet, almost like maybe she was pushed or the wind caught her or something. She is a little girl, maybe it was the wind. And she like falls overboard.
Rosie, no.
I'm gonna jump in.
I can't order that. I'm gonna jump in.
I would try to grab a rope if there's one close to me, but otherwise I'm jumping in.
Yeah, you can jump in, but if you want to keep up with her, someone else is going to have to toss a rope to you.
Okay.
Otherwise, it'll be very hard to catch up to her. It's already going to be hard, it'll be harder.
So wait, are we both jumping in, or who's gonna jump in?
That's up to you guys. You got 6 seconds, go.
I'm gonna jump in.
I yell, grab a rope, then jump in, and I'll jump in. So that way I can be with her, you can get the rope and meet up with me.
I'm just gonna go to the side of the boat with a rope and get ready to just toss it to him.
Okay. Let's do initiative.
Initiative.
I'm gonna roll 2 eyes.
Wait, that's
I'm sorry. There it is. I just forgot to put it on the board.
Yes, fatigued and exhausted is what everyone is. Okay, and I'm not rolling for Rosie. She's not something you guys need to worry about right now. She is I'm just gonna have her act at the top of the round because it's focused around her. And this is going to be very difficult. I'm going to kind of set the scene for you guys a little bit more. She's fallen over, and she's 10 feet out right now. Let's see. Let's see if she can swim in stormy water. How much faith do you guys have in Rosie Cuswell?
She'll live.
She'll live.
Confidence.
Worst case, yeah, that's what I'm just getting at. Save the film at least. Let me sell this.
Or
Are you?
Maybe I come like a little bar and I play in her place. I don't know.
She spent a lot of time at sea, but she doesn't actually have any points into swim.
Oh, she's dead.
Let's see what she gets. She got a 12. That's rough. That is definitely not enough to swim in the stormy sea. That's unfortunate. Okay. Bahati, you're up first.
I'm going to cast. I'm going to cast something.
Yes, something.
I'm going to cast Ice Armor.
Okay.
And let's see, what is that? How do you just?
So you'd need to target the person that you're trying to do it on. Are you trying to do this on Rosie?
Yeah, she's horrible.
Is this
I got to target her. This is hit. Combat tracker.
is this a touch spell?
That's what I'm saying. I think it's what it is. Gotta make sure.
Like it says you create a suit of armor, but it doesn't.
I think it is. It has to be a touch.
Yeah, it doesn't have a range for some reason. I'm gonna say it's a touch spell, so you can't throw it on her unless you get in there. I do see why you're trying to use it, though.
Actually, no, but no, I can't even do this in 1 minute. This cast is only 1 minute. I can't even do it. Yeah, I can't
Oh,
do it.
okay. Well, I mean, you could. It would just take a while. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, she'll drown by the time it comes up.
That's a very safe bet right there.
I will jump in and let me see. Because when you jump in, when casting in water, because it's stormy, it's going to be a concentration check, right?
Yeah. What are you trying to cast in the water? I'm trying to think what you could cast that would help.
I'm just saying ice armor. I can cast, but it takes a minute for it to affect.
That's 10 rounds.
Yeah, that's 10 rounds. That's ridiculous. No, that's not she'll drown by the time we get there. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab the rope and jump in, and hopefully we can.
Well, I was telling Kiefer, like, if you're gonna jump in, you don't have the time to grab the rope. Like, you'd have to go over, grab it, and then jump in, which would be like 2 turns.
Oh, so you either grab the rope
or jump in. Yeah, if you want to do it this round.
Okay. So I grab the rope in.
Okay, you can toss it out to her if you want.
Yeah. Okay.
That'll be here. I will actually drag Rosie onto the combat tracker so you can target her. Okay. For some reason, she defaults to being an enemy, but she's not. So yeah, if you target her, it'll be a ranged touch attack. So under the modifiers button, you can click touch, and then when you try and throw something at her, it'll default to her touch armor.
Modifiers, touch, click on touch, hit her. First hit me, and then I forgot about the target. You hit yourself,
and then control left click the target.
Rosie.
And this is just using like regular untrained weapons, so you can just use an unarmed strike, but make sure to change it, like toggle your unarmed strikes to range since you're throwing it.
Hit myself. Yeah, once you hit her, control. Doesn't get Rosie.
So you left click yourself, and then like a black and white circle pops up, and then hold control and left click on Rosie.
And then the green arrow comes up. Okay, maybe I gotta get closer or something.
That's not, there's a token right next to you. That's just the regular token of Rosie. That's the one that's not actually mechanical. The one right next to your character token that has an outline and a health bar.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot that was down there. I can see where the confusion is now.
Alright, there. Okay. And then touch, and now.
And now go to your unarmed strike. and you'll see a little like hammer symbol. You can toggle that until it's ranged, like your Tanglefoot bag or sorry, not your Tanglefoot bag. You actually don't have anything ranged on you. Like your icicle. There you go.
Well, I think I removed that.
Why would you remove the unarmed strike?
I don't remember. It was like there's so many quarterstaff. Like I tried to remove one of the quarterstaffs.
This frickin' guy. Well, I fucking made it, and I don't remember how to remake it. Gosh dang it, man. Here, I guess we'll just delete yours. Don't delete it next time, because clearly you'll use it. Okay, you should have one now.
No, yeah,
Okay, so just toggle it so it's ranged, and then you should just be able to use that to try and hit her. Okay, so if you're looking at the unarmed strike, there is a symbol next to the name that looks like a hammer. Click on that.
Yeah. Okay, melee range. Okay. And then do I put something in there?
No, it's automatic. It automatically changes the stat based on what kind of attack you make it.
Okay.
So your +2 is correct. Okay, you throw a rope out to her that she grabs onto.
Okay. And then she grabs it, right?
Yeah, she grabs onto it. And that's the end of your turn.
Yeah.
I suppose Benji's just gonna stand by the side of the ship and wait to help people up.
Yeah, that's an option. You could also try and help Bahati pull Rosie in.
But isn't he in the water with no rope?
No, Bahati threw a line out.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. I had to do something real quick. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll do that then.
Okay, so mechanically the way this is going to work is up to 3 of you can help pull Rosie in, and she's going to get a bonus to her swim checks equal to twice your guys' total strength modifier. But there's also a decent chance that if you guys aren't strong enough that she will lose hold of the rope.
Okay.
Yeah, so Bahati has a +1 strength, and our good friend Benji has a +4, so that's a total of 5.
Plus 1 at the moment, because I'm exhausted.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Fuck.
Yeah, that's the only reason I didn't jump in there to save myself.
That's interesting. Normally they would bring something up like that. It probably should just be the plot, because you are exhausted. God dang it, I didn't even think of that. Well, in that case, you're going to need a lot more people helping. You guys actually can't help that much. So this might be, I never thought about it, but this might be one of those things where, like, APs are just tough, and they don't give 2 fucks. Because that really means Bahati shouldn't hold on to the rope. I mean, I guess he's not exhausted, but he's just fatigued, which is not as bad.
Is Albert around?
He's not on the main deck, no.
Why the hell did I have Albert on the main deck?
Because he's an officer?
Oh, man.
Yeah. So It's +1 strength total right now, because fatigued only does the -1 penalty, so that gets rid of the strength bonus from Bahati. So she'll get a total of a bonus of 2. It's better than she had last time, though.
Well, you said one more person, you said up to 3 people, so
Yeah.
one more person, it could possibly.
No,
Yes.
but Ace just jumped into the ocean.
That is also enough.
Oh, okay.
Is that Oleg around maybe?
Or I can some portal man.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the pool. Shit.
Okay, this is Rosie's first attempt to swim back with the rope. Okay, she's not making enough progress to actually come back, and she starts drifting farther away, trying to hold on to this rope. Would you guys like to roll, or would you like me to roll?
Can we roll and take the highest one?
No. That is a very optimistic question. Here, I'll just roll. She drifts another 20 feet out, so now she's 30 feet away.
Oh man.
Yeah. That's the end of her turn.
Okay. How much length is left on the rope? Has it gone taut yet?
The longest rope you could get on the ship is 200 feet. So I'll give you guys that.
Okay. That seems decent enough. Ace is gonna jump in and move my speed to go to her.
Okay.
I have a 30 movement speed for swim.
Yeah. Which is... You still need to give me a roll, because there is a chance you can fail.
And fatigue, too.
Well, that's part of the reason there's a chance. Keep in mind, I don't think you have it on there for your swim checks, but you do get a +8 from having a swim speed.
Oh, I don't have that in there. So I'll add that extra.
Yeah, because that takes you from a -2 to a +6.
Makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you make it out to her.
Okay. And I guess my next turn, I'm just gonna try to eat her in water while they're pushing her out. Well, while they're pulling, I'm gonna try to push.
So there's 2 ways I'll let you do this. Either you can use the aid another action to like give her a boost. That won't help her on her next one, but it would on the one after that. Or you can have her like, if you tell her to, you can have her like grab onto you, which would make it harder for you to swim back. But then she wouldn't need to do the swim check. She could do an aid another to help you.
Is there enough rope for me to tie it around?
Yes, but not this turn.
Okay, then unless she slips, that's going to be what I think to do next turn.
Okay, that is good to know.
We got her tied up somewhere.
Everyone is going to thank Besmara for your existence.
Right here, grab onto the rope, and try to help her up. And you said it has to be a touch on Rosie?
Well, she already has a rope, so unless you're going to dive in, you can try and help pull her in, but your strength is going to hurt more than it's going to help.
Really?
Well, yeah, because you're fatigued.
Move away. And I'm just gonna yell to her like, Can I try to like help her up once she gets here? Can I like help her onto the boat? If that's the case?
Yes. If you wanna hold your action to like basically just to help her up when she gets here, we'll move you to the initiative appropriately.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Yeah. So then I will adjust your initiative because you're not going to act this round, but it will put you higher in the initiative for the next round.
Gotcha.
Just from here on out. If it changes and that's not what you want to hold your action for, we can readjust it. But I'm assuming from here on out you are waiting to help her, get back up on the ship.
So turn complete.
Okay. And it's not actually Rosie's. I just had to adjust where you were. Okay, Bahati, what are you doing?
What can I do? Just hold the rope. I can't pull it.
Yeah, if you want to keep helping with the rope, then that's going to be your turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. Is that what's going on with Benji?
Yes. Depending on whereabouts is Phipps at the moment.
Is who?
Phipps.
Phipps is on deck with everyone else. He's doing rigging.
That's fair. I'll help pull Rosie with the rope.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a moment there was a dark path and there was a lighter path. And
I'll be honest, it was the part that I remembered that I was exhausted.
It's been a long day. You were so exhausted you forgot you were exhausted.
Did I just end my turn again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and the idea was you were going to tie a rope around her, so she couldn't go, farther out than 200 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Then she, because this is happening at the same time, basically. She's just going to hold on to the rope, and she's going to make that same swim check because she doesn't want to drown. Yeah, turns out death isn't fun. Well, I guess depends on whose death we're talking about. Turns out most of you would enjoy seeing some people die. She goes under. Yeah, of course she does. And let's see how much farther out she goes. She basically goes out another 20 feet, which is how far you'll go out with her, Ace. And she goes under. So yeah, a total of 50 feet away from the ship is where you guys are right now.
I would really just do my best to help her stay above water.
Okay, so she, since it's like the first round, she's only gone like basically 5 feet under. She's being pulled down by like a wave.
Right.
So you'll swim the 20 feet out and then 25 to get to her. And then I'm still willing to give you another 30 to come back.
Okay, then that's what I'll try.
Because she's still tied up, so it's not like difficult. You just basically need to help her get that 5 feet up. That's not hard. So you guys are back to being 20 feet away. But you need to give me that swim check because you still have a chance of. Never mind, you don't have a chance. I'm wrong.
No, I did have a chance. There is a chance. There's a good chance.
Yeah, you guys are shooting for 20 right now, so. Ooh, this is. Ooh. I'm getting chills. And Benji and Bahati, automated for now, right? You're just holding on the rope, helping pull them in?
Can I tie the end of the rope to something?
Yeah. We're not gonna use your modifier if you're tying it down though for the next round.
Yeah, just in case.
Okay. Dion.
There's other people. Can I see if there's someone else willing to help? Like, pull in Rosie?
There isn't, like, because the storm doesn't stop because you guys are trying to save Rosie. Like, pretty much everyone is still working, and the fact that there's, 4 of you not doing that right now is a problem.
Can I trade out shifts with someone then? That would be possible or no?
If you want to do a diplomacy check to go take someone's spot, I will let you. Or bluff or intimidate, just any kind of influence. Who do you want to ask, or tell, or lie to?
Who looks like the strongest? I'm just gonna assume. I don't know. Sandara?
After Rosie, Sandara is the strongest of the swabs / riggers.
Yes, I'll go and talk to him like, hey, could you help us real quick?
You don't even need to roll for Sandara.
Perfect. Cool.
Yeah, that is not a problem. Yeah, she's willing to help. Like I said, she's the strongest after Rosie, but I'm willing to admit she's not that strong. Okay, so basically Sandara comes up, grabs onto the rope, and is effectively replacing Benji right now. Okay,
So would I take myself out of combat then?
I mean,
Since I'm doing her task.
yeah, we're gonna treat you as if you're not here. I'll just take you off the little tracker for simplicity's sake. So Rosie's only gonna get a +2. Sandara's stronger than most, but she only has a +1. But she goes under again. You guys didn't see it, but she rolled a natural 1.
You hungry?
Food would be great soon.
I've got a cheeseburger that's made, and I've got another one that'll be ready in about 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll be up soon.
I got not.
Sorry about that, guys. I normally have like a sign I put up, and I forgot to do that today. Yeah, so I'm sorry, Ace, but she goes under again. She rolled a nat 1. So like the waves pull her out of your blue hands, and she goes under again.
That's fair. What to do? Yeah, I guess I will try to do the same thing. This time, same thing.
Okay, so because she's not anywhere as far as she was last time, well, actually, I forgot to roll for that. Let me see how far out she goes. Yeah, so she still goes out another 20 feet. So you're gonna have to go out, grab her, pull her up again. So you're gonna be back at that 20-foot marker if you make a passable swim check. And remember, you get a +2 modifier from the people on the rope. I think in total for you, that's a +8 if we're factoring in. Well, you already have the swim. So.
I got a +8 in there.
Yeah. So yeah, just add a +2. Being good at swimming turns out it's good in a pirate campaign. Woo! Okay, you make it back. You make it back. Well, I mean, they're helping. Like the slack, it might not seem like they're doing a lot, but they're having to feed and take back slack as you guys move back and forth. It's grueling, and luckily they're doing it. What is Benji doing now that he's tied the rope up?
I guess back to pulling it.
Okay, your guys' bonus has literally just doubled for your swim checks.
Hey!
And Rosie's gonna try and make that swim check.
There's no way she fails this time.
Dude, shush your face.
No way.
Are you tempting Besmara?
Apparently.
Oh, this is one of those, so, you know how she got a 1 last time, right?
Oh, she got a nat 20.
She did get a nat 20.
Thank God.
So
There's no way she failed.
she's nowhere as good as you at swimming. She doesn't have a swim speed. She's just a regular halfling. But she does actually manage, assuming you let her, to make up some of the distance that she would lose. We're gonna see how much it pulls you guys out this time. You're at the 20-foot mark. Let's see how far she goes before she swims back. It's another 20 feet it pulls her back, but because she succeeded her swim check, she manages to gain back 10 feet, leaving her at the 30-foot mark.
And she's in the water, which means I can pull her in more.
Yes. If you spend your move action to get to her, you can get to her and bring her all the way back to the ship. You guys will just have to climb up next turn.
And that's what would you do? Is that +2?
You have +4 now that Benji and Sundar are helping.
Gosh.
No way she fails this time.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting her sudden movement. I was expecting to save her.
That is particularly bad because now you're the one who is drowning.
I can breathe water, so it's okay.
Yeah, so you're not drowning. It's more just being forced down below the sea. So you guys all see Ace go under as and presumably get pulled out.
If possible, I would let her go. Like if I was helping her, I would free action and let her go if it's possible.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So you're now out at at the 40-foot mark, and she's at the 30. Rough. I don't think I saw that. I mean, it was, to be fair, even with the +4, you still have a little less than a 50% chance of success. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming Bahati and Benji are still helping.
Yeah.
Okay. Rosie's gonna make that check. She's not even Ace. This might seem fucked up, but she is not worried about you.
That's good.
She's seen you swim around a lot better than she can, and she's trying to make gains. She got a 24. Let's see how far she gets pulled out. Okay, she gets pulled out to the to just as far as you are, or as you were, because you'll be out 50 feet now and she'll be out 40. But she makes all the distance back, so she's still at the 30 mark. You're still within range that if you make a successful swim check, you can, help Rosie and you get to the ship.
Okay, do I have any modifiers?
Yeah, you still have the +4. You will keep the +4 until Sundara or Benji change what they're doing. Okay, you get yourself back above the water. You see where Rosie is. She's still on the line. You swim up to her, have her grab onto you so you can still keep all your limbs moving, and you bring her right up to the side of the ship. Can we get an aid another action from our good friend Dion? Give me that climb check to help them get up. Or don't. Okay, we'll just have Rosie climb up, which she actually has points in. Is you guys can't help them. Like, if you want to hold on to the rope so they don't get pulled out, that's an idea. But if you want to help them climb up, that's another option. So before I do Rosie's, if Bahati or Benji want to let go of the rope and help them climb up, I would like to know now. Okay. Okay. Then Rosie is going to climb up. Okay, and she has a +9 modifier to this. She got 24. She makes it up the side of the ship.
Can she help me up the side of the ship?
No, she had to spend her whole, both her move and her standard action to get up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Ace can't climb.
Can I cast a spell?
Sorry, what was that?
Can I cast a spell?
Yeah, what spell are you trying to cast?
Enlarge person on myself. Oh shit, I can't. Never mind. Just kidding.
Yeah, it turns out water person doesn't really work out.
But yeah, no, I guess I'll try to.
Okay, so the default for climbing up a braced place that like you can grab onto is 5, but because it's a slippery surface, it becomes a 10. So you just need to beat a DC 10.
I don't know if I rolled a 10 or 5 yet, but yeah. And we keep that up.
Oh, dude.
Could we throw in like a rope? Would that help her?
I mean, the rope mechanically doesn't do anything differently. It would still be it would still be the same kind of surface because she's climbing up, not work right now. But I mean, at this point, like, unless it takes you a statistically like crazy amount of time to climb up, we can say that after struggling, you climb up.
Yeah, I feel like after this point I would cast a large person on myself to at least give me some kind of a bump.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. It wasn't a matter of if you make it up at this point, it was a matter of when.
Gotcha.
And that 2 right there just shows that it's gonna take a long fucking time.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I know there's about to be a bunch of RP, but I would like to take our last break right here if you guys are okay with it.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I will see you guys at 44 after.
Alright, I'll be right back as well.
Well, fuck. Now I understand the importance of swimming.
So do I.
You reckon you'll increase your climbing after all this?
No. It's just too good story-wise now.
Nice.
Now, eventually she'll probably take something like monkey fish or something like that that gives her a climb speed.
Oh yeah.
But no, story-wise, it's just if she has this climb on a sporadic point, it's just one of those things where she's probably not going to make it. If she's got time to plan for it, you know, she can probably help herself up a little bit.
Maybe we just need to invest in some water wings for you.
Featherfall would probably be a good spell too.
Shit, definitely. Having a wizard would just trivialize things at like level 5.
So the problem is making sure you've got the right, like the spells prepared, because you can have all the spells there, but if they're not prepared for the day, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, but I feel like most of them you'd have prepared just in case anyway, right? Like something like Dimension Door or something, you would just keep that prepared in case you fall off the ship.
Probably, yeah. If we're on ship versus outside of the ship, I'd probably have different spell lists of stuff prepared. But
Yeah.
yeah, I feel
Wait,
like at this
you
point,
are a wizard,
something
aren't you?
that helps. Yes.
Right. Sorry, I completely forgot. For some reason, I keep thinking you're a druid for some reason.
No, do we still have a druid?
No, no, that was
Right.
what was it?
But
I remember Drac, but I can't remember his JB. Was he
something like
JB?
that.
Wow, I'm a shitty person. I've already forgotten.
I'm horrible with names in general, so no judgment from me.
Wonderful. Ah, I'm disappointed I didn't get to jump in the water.
So, like, I had the choice between jumping in the water or enlarge person in you to help that bonus out there. But whenever
Right.
she slipped further, I was like, oh, I gotta get in.
Yeah, I mean, if I went in the water, I was pretty sure it'd be suicide because I'm already exhausted. I don't really see that going well for me at all.
No.
I didn't put a point in swim because I was thinking to myself, what are the chances we'll fall off in the first book? Or like, at level 1. I thought we'd level up and then I'd be able to put a point in swim.
Yeah, swim. I may end up putting a point in just to wait. Actually, it's not a class skill for me, so never mind. I probably won't put a point in.
Right. I'm already like I'm a +4 from my strength, so I feel like that's probably enough, right? Like most of
Probably.
these checks are balanced around people that probably don't have loads of strength.
But I mean, like, if it's a class skill for you, you get the +3 on top of that. So I feel like that's worth it. If it's not a
Yeah,
class skill,
definitely.
then I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, it's just there's been like there are so many skills in this campaign that I want to have points in. It's been tough trying to work out where to distribute them.
Yeah, I think I'm just focusing on the class skills for now. Obviously, perception,
Hmm.
and then yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of decided like, I want to have a good bluff and diplomacy. I want to have a good perception. I want to have a good sailor and a reasonable chef, and then kind of just put points in where I need them for the rest of them.
Yeah, I was thinking my craft ship would be something now to keep up just in case I get into like magic craft wondrous items. I can do some like crafting on the ship to aid the ship, so I might
Oh,
keep that high.
right. I'd never even thought of that. I didn't think you can make like magical items for a boat.
There's a few in the player's guide, so that's where I was like, well, maybe if I go that route, it will be
Right.
beneficial.
You know, it would be really cool. Get a craft construct, and then we could have a ship manned by constructs.
The problem with craft constructs is they're stupid expensive. I've got a construct crafter in another game, and they're
Yeah,
insane.
my wizard's going to be a construct crafter. Although maybe poppets would work well. Like, it's a nice cheap feat, and they're small and cheap to make.
I like the undead idea of a ship. I like at least
I
like
mean,
the
that'd be
plot
fucking
stuff.
cool.
Like this just simple tasks that we're doing every day now. We're just like get undead to do that.
Might not be so welcome at port, though. I mean,
They
pirates
can
are
go
already frowned upon.
very true. Have to get disguise undead.
Oh, yeah. Ah, man, wizards make everything cool. I don't know why I don't play a wizard all the time.
So I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes playing a wizard, like just mechanically, it can get boring because like we don't get that many extra feats. We don't get other stuff. We have to make it interesting with our spells. And honestly, I haven't played a wizard in a while, and it's because
Right.
like building them just gets boring sometimes because every now and then you'll get a special like a magic feat But other than that, you really don't get anything with spells. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying spells crap, but that's all. Like, there's not a lot of
Yeah.
flavor unless you build it in there.
I mean, I was going with so my wizard is becoming a bloat mage, and that looks really interesting. I'm excited to try that out. Like, the prestige classes kind of give wizard a bit more flavor. I mean, I guess then you're not a wizard though, so
I don't know if you're still here, D&D Junkie, but hi.
Do like the regular wizard schools. But I was like, oh, we'll be surrounded by boats and stuff. So I was like, that sounds like fun.
What'd I miss?
Just talking about wizards.
I know I've told one of you, but for everyone else, I've ran this game a few times, and the second time I ran this, like I've ran the first book, not the whole campaign. I've ran the first book multiple times, and the second time I ran this, I had a friend who I'd known for a while, like someone I met online, who like quit the game because there's like a certain way that they choose who goes in the water here, and the one NPC they'd been focusing on ended up in the water, and they didn't save him, and the person like stopped talking to me and quit playing my game because I killed their NPC. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Sad.
Yeah. So I hope you guys know there is a real danger here. Like Rosie could have died.
I saw Benji's comment saying, "Oh no, my 150 gold." I kind of let her chuckle.
Benji's not as nice as he lets on.
Well, no, Benji's lovely.
Yeah. When Benji puts his face on, which he does in front of everyone, he's lovely.
Well,
I'm just giving you a hard time, man. Yeah, so basically what the book says is take one NPC that someone in the party is friendly with and throw them overboard.
Fuck, it actually just tells you to kill a person that somebody likes. That's terrible. And then of course you pick the one that's becoming a love interest.
Well, I figured like if I'm gonna do it, I shouldn't just do friendly because you guys have had multiple people you've brought up to loyal. So I narrowed it down to people that were loyal, and she was one of them.
right. You know I should have carried on trying to make Phipps like me. I would have been an easy fix.
That would have been very hard.
Oh no, it fell in the water.
Because like that starts off as like just straight up hatred, like hostile is what it's called. So you need to go up to unfriendly, and then indifferent, and then friendly. That's
And then I'll never be able to get that to loyal, right?
no, it's not possible for anyone.
One day it will happen.
One day. Yeah, so because Benji is silver-tongued, he can shift them... Oh, okay, I guess... I'm sorry, Blaine. Spoilers. I didn't think to ask you. My bad. He has the silver-tongue trait, which lets him shift people's attitudes by 3 spaces instead of 2. So, like, he can put... he can sway people that, like, some of you have no chance of swaying. Well, not no chance, but he could take a hostile person and make them friendly, which none of you can do. You can make them indifferent at best.
Although it turns out it's harder than I thought it was going to be.
Well, yeah, the default DC for an indifferent person is 15 plus charisma mod. And then it goes up or down 5 depending on what direction you go every step. So someone who's hostile is 25 plus charisma mod.
So, a fat bastard like Phipps probably has a negative charisma, right?
In Phipps' case, yes. So it would be 24 to bring Phipps from hostile to unfriendly.
Right, okay.
And then when you exceed the checks by increments of 10, that's how you jump by more than one. So, like, you could never jump with Phipps, at least when he's hostile.
Unless we find someone with all the buffs.
Yeah, well, the highest you guys have right now is an 8, if I remember correctly.
I never really understood how...
No, 10.
How do the spells that increase your diplomacy work in a conversation? Because surely that person is just going to see you casting a spell on yourself to make yourself more charismatic.
Well, that depends on the spell. Like, it's normally a case-by-case basis. Because there's some stuff where you're affecting them, there's some stuff where you're affecting you. Some of them you don't even do when you're right in front of them. There's some spells that affect you that you do, you know, like minutes or hours in advance.
Right.
So it just depends. I can't really give you like one comforting answer that fits them all.
Fair enough. There was a cantrip that I saw from the Druid's spell book. I think it increased it by a +2 or something. And it only lasts for like a minute. So I was wondering how that works in a conversation.
I would have to see the specific spell, because they all have a little bit of their own flavor, right? Like, a druid, there's so many, like, just nature-based things. It could be something as, like, simple as, like, an appeasing, or, like, an enticing aroma. There we go. That sounds fun.
Huh.
And a lot of them, like, they tell you what it does, but they don't give you flavor for it. So I've seen people take, you know, like, one spell and then play it multiple ways depending on the character.
Ah, that's cool.
Like, Cat's Grace gives you a bonus to Dex. And I've seen some people, like, have that be, like, something that you could physically judge and then split it up into different ways. Or just have it be more of a, like a mental thing, like they focus on their dexterity more than they normally would.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, that's what a lot of magic is, right? Is just your concentration on adjusting the world around you. Okay, if you guys are ready, we can resume with Ace climbing up the side of the ship to hopefully safety. I say safety on the wormwood in like quotes.
Right.
You know what? I wonder, did everyone get their +1 hit point or skill point? Some people took that. I'm curious.
Well, you can get skill point, HP, or class bonus.
Yeah. I didn't know if people took that.
I checked all your guys' sheets before session 1, so I'm sure you guys did.
No, I added my +1. Because normally you said you get max at first level, right?
Yeah. Max plus con, and then if you take the favorite class bonus for HP, another one.
Yeah.
Okay, so today's Storm was a CR2 difficulty. You guys got 600 just for making it. And then someone left.
That was me. Sorry, my
It's all good.
character sheet went out of my control center at the reload game.
Okay, that's weird. I'm sorry about that.
No, it was 100% fault.
And then, thanks to almost everyone in the party, you guys got another 400 XP for saving Rosie.
I'm still so far away from them too.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
We're like, what, 5 Where can we check to see which is
The party sheet or the character sheet.
Yeah, you press the little magnifying glass next to your class level.
And to be fair, part of the reason it takes you guys so long is because there's 5 of you. So, like,
right.
technically, if it was just a 4-man party, you would each have about 200 more experience.
So what you're saying is we should have let you around.
Yeah, Spade's taking up some of that XP, wink wink. So
where? So click next to your...
where your class is, there should be a magnifying glass.
Okay.
You guys have 995 right now.
We're almost there, guys.
Yeah, you guys are, at the rate you're going, even though you guys have done a lot, it's not the extremely high mark you would need to level up early. You guys are most likely going to get leveled up by milestone.
Unless we start killing every person on this shit.
I'm not even going to sarcastically say that's a great idea.
It's alright, just poison the food.
I'm worried a few of you might actually try it.
Thinking about it.
I thought about it. I have notes saying who. I have a 2 kill list on my notes.
Fucking Arya's not good.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
You have a kill list?
You don't?
I only have 2 people on it. As a scores for whipping me.
He's just doing his job.
Plug for whipping me.
Hey, that wasn't whipping, that was a tailing, I guess. Catting? What do you call it when you hit someone with a cat of 9 tails?
Pain.
Kind of funny.
Yeah, pain. No, there was no fight. Dion submitted. Okay, like I said, Ace, you just climb right back up.
Cool, well enough. I can't believe you take them.
It's sweat more.
Well, surely circumstance swinging less is favourable.
That's fair. Oh, that was so exhausting.
Yeah, best we get back to work.
Is she okay to work? Are you okay to work for her?
She's like, she looks really fucked up. But, like, yeah, she, like, kind of gets up and, she, like, obviously she thanks you guys, because you just saved her fucking life. But she tells you, like, yeah, I can go back to work. Not like we have much of a choice. She, like, looks over as, like, Master Scourge starts walking towards you guys.
Everyone pretending to work. Look, it's a rope. Swing the rope around. I guess we'll go back to work.
Okay. I hope you guys aren't too worried about sleeping, because that's not happening tonight.
Nobody else probably wanted to be okay.
Which means you're actually all going to be taking con damage of some kind. The severity is dependent on your increased, so the difficulty was increased for the checks earlier for your constitution, but now it's almost double what it normally is for this last part of the day. Let's get some new tasks, and we'll start with Benji. Benji, give me your rigor task for the middle of the night.
Trying to kill me, man. Double 16. Shit.
It's all out of love.
Hey. Oh,
Hey.
What intelligence, by the way, we'll say.
Okay. That's fine. What are you gonna throw the diligently on?
The Constitution.
Okay.
Ah, shit.
It's not gonna help.
Okay. So, why don't you roll me 2d4?
Can I choose not to?
You can choose not to, but I'll just have someone else do it. Take 4 con damage.
Holy shit.
You're already, you were already exhausted. That's why it's so bad.
Yeah.
You are the Watchers on the mass, or I guess in your case, on the line, on the mainsail, whatever. Okay. Let's move on to Dion. What are you doing tonight?
Let's see. Right here we got a number 4, rope work. DC profession sailor or dexterity. So I'm going to use work diligently on my con,
Okay.
and I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to do a +4. Do Constitution. And hit him with that.
Nice. Okay. It has been a long fucking day. This has been the longest day you've worked, maybe even ever. But you fucking pulled through it, man. A lot better off than most people. Didn't you have fatigued earlier?
Yeah, so do you, right?
No, it looks like you took it off.
I don't know if this would help, but I don't have my green circle. Or green square, so like...
I don't know why
I look
you
like a
don't.
regular token.
Yeah. Here. There you go. Yeah, just drag exhausted onto yourself now, and you only have to roll a d4 for con damage.
Oh, I still got exhausted. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you were fatigued, and now you're just exhausted. Yeah, because you're not sleeping tonight. That's where the exhaustion comes from.
Yeah. I do 1d4, and I get a 4. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to our swab friends.
So is my con a 9 now?
So,
Can you reshare this?
what do you need me to do, Ace?
Reshare the task whenever I close down.
Oh, the rigger task. Okay, yeah. What were you asking, Sincere?
So I just lost 4 on Constitution, right?
So, yeah, there should be a damage spot on your character sheet on the main page, so you just put 4 in there.
Oh, gotcha. Let me try that again.
On the main page, where it has all your stats.
I see my HP, I see temporary wounds, and subdual.
Go up. You took con damage. The Constitution.
Oh, you're right, I
stat.
see it.
Yeah. Luckily, you got rid of filth fever, Dion. Or not Dion. Benji.
Yeah.
Okay. What action were you taking? Okay. Work diligently. Okay. Unfortunately, you're gonna be exhausted, Ace, and you're gonna have to roll me a d4.
Cool, makes sense.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys the DC now that you've gotten pretty high. It's a DC 18 Constitution check. Seems like 4 is the lucky number. Yesterday it was 6 for money, now it's 4 for con damage.
Yay.
What's Bahati up to?
Tough work.
Yeah, this is only like the second time we've gotten mainsail today. I'm kind of a little surprised. What action are we taking, Alfred?
I'm sorry, I was talking.
It's all good.
I'm going to, work. And
What are we throwing it on?
I'm going to do a throw of Arcana.
Okay. Oh, and if you could adjust, Kiefer, if you could adjust your effects to being exhausted, that'd be great.
Am I doing any negatives?
No, you already have the template on you, so you just need to give yourself the +4 whenever you're using it.
Hey, you got it.
Nice! Okay, the one person this night didn't destroy. Somehow Bahati made it through. And, you guys don't really have any rest after this. You don't have to do rigging anymore if you weren't a rigger. You go back to your regular task. But we're actually basically going to wipe through the first part of the day. Just because you guys, no one's really expecting you to perform the way you should. And you don't really have the energy to achieve the kind of things you normally would throughout the day. But what we will do is we will start on the night of day 9, basically.
How do you get rid of effects?
Okay, so there should be an effect icon on the tracker, right next to your, like, on your character banner, and you'll click on that, and then you should be able to go in there and see a red button that lets you delete them.
We still fatigued because we have to go through the next phase.
Yeah, he has exhausted and a couple fatigues on there, so he's trying to figure out how to get rid of them.
Okay, so it's still figuring it out. It's on the combat tracker?
Yes, if you open the combat tracker up, you'll see your banner there, and then just hit the effects button. Little person.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, and you can mess with it all there. Cool. And then we're gonna jump right into the night actions for day 9. So let's start with Dion. What are you doing tonight?
I'm so exhausted, I sleep.
Okay, this is what I'm expecting from most people. Bahati.
I will. What is Rosie doing?
Rosie, like most people, is going to bed early. She drinks her rum ration and then goes and lays down.
Alright.
You're one of the few people that's, like, not in a horrible fucking shape.
This might be a good time to sneak around. I think that's been perfect, honestly. Nah, it would be perfect.
You're gonna be perfect? Is that what I heard?
I said this would be perfect to sneak around.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'm going to be.
I mean, you can be perfect as well. You can be whatever you put your mind to.
Yes. I kind of want to sneak around and see if I can sneak in the offices. I think everyone is pretty much tired, even officers. So maybe I think I can sneak around.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can try. this would be the most opportune moment you've had so far.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. So which way do you want to try getting into the officer's cabin? The stairs or the door? The stairs is the mid deck next to Owlbear, and then the door is on the main deck.
I go to, let's see, Owlbear. So maybe I have to be
Okay. Yeah, so he is where he normally is, tied to the fucking stairs, in between anyone else and said stairs.
I try to ease my way to the see if he tries to block against the rash or see if he tries to block me.
Yeah, he lets you get closer now than like when you first met him, but he doesn't let you pass. Like he kind of like steps in your way. And then he kind of like, you can tell he's tired too. I mean, not as tired. He's probably just about as tired as you. Not like most people, because like I said, he was still down here back then when you guys were all working away. But he kind of looks up at you and he's like, "Mr. Plug won't be happy if you go up." Good guy Bahati strikes again.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn around. You're right. Maybe next time. Maybe when I'm running. Normally I'm allowed to go past him when I'm running, right? If we were running, right?
No, so you wouldn't come here when you're delivering messages. Like I told Kiefer earlier for Ace when she was running messages, is the same thing you did. You would go to the door on the main deck, and then you'd basically just knock, and then one of the officers in there would open it up and take whatever kind of message or listen to whatever you say. Yeah, you don't go in, but the two of you are the only ones who have actually seen like stuff in there.
Okay, so basically we just get to the door and that's it.
Yeah. With the exception of like storage, it's just storage and the captain's quarter and the officer's little room that you can't go in.
Yeah, right here, this actually allows you to go to the officer's quarter, but where he's guarded is basically an entrance that allows you to go back. Basically, it's bypassing the door. So.
Yeah. I mean, there's a door at the top of the stairs, but it's the other way you could get in. It's actually the one set of stairs that has a door, but that's because it's, an officer's cabin and not just where the crew have to move all day. It doesn't really get used that often. Like, most of the time you see the officers go out, they go out through the main door. Sometimes Scourge will use the stairs, but that's because the swabs are working on every part of the ship, so he needs to go everywhere. Okay. Yeah, and if you want to in the future, you can spend another like nighttime, or even if you're feeling ballsy enough, a daytime action to try and use like the main door if you're still, wanting to go there. Okay, I see we've moved Ace, or maybe I moved Ace. I don't know. I'm putting Ace back.
It was me when I was trying to figure out how to get rid of my things.
Okay. I know it's a little tight, but I would like to do one more day, and then there's like another event after that. So I think just having a regular day after this would be a good way to end the session. That would give us a nice jumping off point for next week.
Okay.
Okay. I don't even remember who we started with last time. I want to say it was Dion, so let's go with the swabs for daytime action.
We're doing our regular task today? Or is
Yes.
it
Yes. Oh, and I want to check some. So like, let's everyone like look at your Constitution score right now. If you haven't been paying attention to how much it's damaged, because I want to see if when I give you guys your rest, if it automatically updates that. So I'm gonna click on it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Green now.
Nice. Yeah, because you recover one of each type a night. It
If we
is.
do the 2 rest cycles, would it remove 2 points?
No, because remember you guys have your REM rations, so you take that rest cycle to basically counteract that.
And does that get rid of exhaustion 2 fatigue, or does it get rid of it completely?
It would just be completely because how long you guys rested. Fatigue gets taken care of in a regular, in a regular night. You know, when Benji's had one action he's taken and no one else has, because Benji's risky. But if you do the nighttime action to rest, and you get your regular rest, then that gets rid of up to exhaustion. Yeah, they like literally worked you guys. Yeah, like to the point of unconsciousness. Like there were multiple people dragged down below deck after the storm. It was bad. But hey, it's part of being a sailor of any kind. Some of you know that. For some of you, this isn't the first time.
Sorry, I'm a little bit lost. Am I fatigued instead of exhausted?
You should be completely done with it.
Hey, alright.
Yeah. Nobody has any effects right now. You guys are just dealing with the. I mean, I guess you could look at the Constitution damage you guys took is exhaustion, basically. You guys are still exhausted, just not with the mechanical effect.
Can I volunteer to help with the running masters?
With the what?
The running masters.
You can, but they won't let you.
Oh, okay.
The only person who has that privilege is the cook's mate. And he doesn't even have to, it's just if he wants to.
I got shit to do.
See? And he's a busy man. Okay, if you want to give me your task for the day, Dion, that would be great.
Okay. Manage the 5.
Hey, you're a lookout.
I'm gonna do work diligently. I'm just gonna see what I can explore.
I bet it's climb. 9 out of 10 people have lower climb.
It's perception.
Wow. Well, then again, looking at your character, you're not 9 out of 10 gunslingers.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do work diligently on my, what's it called, perception. And I'm gonna climb a rope. +4. What was it called? Perception. I'm sorry.
There you go. I was a little confused. This guy doesn't have a point in perception. You are ballsy.
Okay, 21.
Nice. Okay, you want to give me a knowledge geography check?
I don't have knowledge.
That's what I thought.
I have knowledge local.
That's not going to help you. No. I would have given you a vague understanding of where you are, but you have no fucking clue.
I just see water, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is definitely a landmass off to, like, the west of you, and, like, you can tell that you're traveling south, but that's something most people would notice. They wouldn't see the landmass, but you guys can all tell which direction you're sailing.
Oh, can I yell to Mr. Plug that there's land? Or does he already know that? Like there's land
I guess you'd have to ask him to find out.
Hell nah.
Hell no.
I really want to not tell him this time.
Last time I went to talk to him, he wouldn't.
Land, dude.
Last time I went to him, cattail meat.
What if they're using that to work out where they're going next, and you don't tell them, and then we end up going in the wrong direction for an entire day?
You also go to the issue we're not doing your job. This is part of your job.
This is part. Am I doing my job if I go down there and tell them, hey, there's land ahead, or can I just yell?
I mean, do you know what your job is?
I'm a lookout. I know I'm
You're a lookout.
No.
You're looking for anything that is abnormal, okay? Anything that is not the ship.
Like what I'm asking is, does he already know there's land? Or am I like the first one to see it?
You'd have to ask him.
Ask Mr. Plug, hey, there's land.
And he like disinterestingly looks up at you, and he's like, what about it?
Nothing, just, just how I should tell you.
Do you know what landmass it is?
No.
Do you know where we're going?
No.
Why are you wasting my time?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was just trying to do my job.
And he looks up towards the crow's nest that you're 60 feet below, and he says, "You're doing a great job."
No, I wanted to yell to him from like.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been 60 feet away from someone before, but that's not something you're gonna achieve. So if that's the case, then you're not gonna get a response.
Did Mr. Plug not explain the job to him?
It's not something you should need to be explained to. You're just told to go out on lookout duty like the first person. He's been told what to do the first day. Like the first day he did lookout. He's done lookout work before. Yeah, that's the gist of it. Like, you don't need to let him know if like a fucking school of dolphins cross our path, but if there's like some kind of sea monster or another ship or something that you guys could use or take advantage of, then it doesn't really matter.
So Dion's character knows that, but surely you should tell Dion, sincere, like, if his character knows that, just tell him what he knows.
I mean, the reason I didn't say it today is because I brought it up before, so I thought this was part of, of his character.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Dion's just working on skill lift.
Like, it's been made clear that Dion, even if he does know some things, that he's not the best at understanding or explaining them. So I thought this was intentional.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was misinterpreted.
No worry, man. It's Dion.
That's gonna happen every now and then, right? All of us know more about the individual characters than we do, the rest of our party. So it's just part of coming together as a group, which is, kind of hard since you guys haven't had much time to meet together as a whole group.
Yeah, it's been tough. We should be tough at some point.
I mean, you guys had your chance on night 8. I tried.
I think I was knocked out. No, I was gambling.
No, that was the night the storm was here. Yeah. That was the night you guys worked yourselves to death. Okay, but moving on. Swabs. You can actually roll swab task. Back at it again. Back at it again.
We're doing I'll put it in the garage.
Okay. Nice. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, if I remember correctly.
Ooh. Nice.
Still trying to get back from that grueling night. Limbs aren't as limber as they used to be. Alfred?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a search to explore the ship. I'm gonna go to the lower deck. I think that's the point I haven't been yet.
The lower deck is where you guys sleep.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Go back to it.
So you got the bilges, you have the lower deck, you have the mid deck, which has just the general storage area that's pretty empty, and then it has Croup and Cutthroat Grock's cabin. It has the kitchen, and it has the quartermaster shop, and then on the main deck there are 4 storage areas. There's the officer's cabin, and there's the captain's, and there's the bilges if you want.
I'm gonna do the main deck, I guess. Investigate that.
Which one? So there's a bunch of different storage containers, and they're all in like a corner of the ship. I guess I could tell you what.
I think I'm done investigating the middle deck. I think I'm already.
Oh, I thought you said the main deck.
The main. Let's go back. The main deck. The main deck. The main deck. Right.
So like with the main deck, I mean you can just check out the deck itself, but there isn't really anything there. You'd have to check out the like anything there that I would be like, oh, you found this. You'd have to like find some time to try and sneak into one of the storages on the main deck. And I think you would know what most of them are. So I guess I can give you guys an idea of what there is. There's like there's the cabin girls' quarters. There's the captain's like personal storage. There's a laboratory that one of the officers uses, and then there is an armory that only gets opened up when you guys are like getting ready to board a ship. It's the same with all these though. There isn't really much travel with them. Like there isn't much opening and closing of them. Like you guys have never seen the captain's storage get open, and the only one, or the armory, the only ones you've actually seen be opened are the cabin girls and the laboratory. But those are still both very rare. So did you want to check any of those out? Alfred, you're muted.
I'm sorry about that.
That's all good.
I know what the building, I know what the lower deck is where we sleep. The middle deck is where
So storage, the kitchen, the quartermaster, and then the like Croups and Cutthroat Grock's bedroom.
I think I'm seeing all that, if I'm not mistaken. Main deck is where the captain is
Yeah, so captains and officer rooms, and then there's a laboratory, an armory, the cabin girls room, and then the captain's personal storage.
Okay, go around there.
Well, which one specifically?
Oh, you said the captain's room, the captain's storage, the...
Oh, I forgot to make. There's a distinction there. I forgot to make. This is my bad. I think you guys can actually see it on the image though. Is that to get to those storages, you have to go through the rooms, like one of the main rooms next to them. So to get to the captain's storage or the crew or the cabin girls' bedroom, you'd have to get into the captain's room. And then if you wanted to get to the armory or the laboratory, you'd have to get into the officer's cabin.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, sure. What are we doing here?
They just, like, you guys all know they're there. They, like, stick out from both of those rooms. And people, like, know what they are.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna... So I can't, there's nothing I can access without going through another room.
Yeah, for the most part. Nothing that you haven't already.
Okay.
I guess you haven't personally been in the bilges, but
I haven't been in the villages.
you've been okay. So you've all been in the bilges, but only one of you spent time down there to actually look around for stuff.
Okay, I'll try the villages, but I'm just like, I want to get this spider.
Yeah, that's a good call, man.
Yeah.
Last time you guys went down in the bilges, it was not good. No one here has rolled bilge work, which is crazy.
No, I did.
No, you got bilge work for failing your task. You didn't roll it.
Oh, right.
So what are we doing, Alfred?
I'm just gonna, there's nothing I can really do. Okay.
Just work diligently then.
Yeah, we're doing.
Acrobatics or comm? Okay. Let's see who's the better runner. Turns out you're both good at your job, but Ace is a little better.
I'm going to concede it. Take my time.
Yeah, maybe it's just because she's a lady. Maybe you're a gentleman pirate.
I'm gonna get it. First time I'm gonna get it. No, I'm just being exhausted.
No, just fatigued. Both of you are just fatigued. Yeah. It doesn't go straight to exhaustion. That would be brutal. That'd be like half of the swap task. You have a 50% chance, or lower, depending on the player, of always being exhausted. Okay, let's hop over to Benji. What's Benji doing today?
Hey, happy days.
I know there's been a few days you haven't rolled your task, but there's like one, you haven't got a 6 yet.
What was the 6? I can't remember.
A special occasion.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Okay, you got a bull session though. These are nice. Give me that D4. Let's see if he's drunk today. He's been on a sober streak for like 4 days now.
Something must be wrong.
I guess you'd have to talk to him and find out.
I don't even know what's your actions. You know what, I guess one of them I'll just sit and chat with Fruit, and the other one, sorry, I usually try to have it planned.
Well, it kind of throws a wrench into it when they're like, here's 2 actions, no pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because quite often you guys are like, I should work diligently, but when they're like, you don't need to do a job today, just do whatever.
You know what, Benji will go around the deck a little bit, try to make sure that the walls are still calm, and check out, just kind of walk around and see if he could find a reason for this curse that has fallen upon the ship.
Okay.
But not really checking anywhere in particular.
Yeah, no, the storm has dissipated a lot quicker. It dissipated a lot quicker than it showed up, so like you guys don't even have like any of the clouds or anything anymore. It's a very clear day. If you guys hadn't gone through it, you wouldn't have believed there was a storm here 48 hours ago.
So it feels unnatural.
No, because of where you are, storms like this are not uncommon. It's also partially like a seasonal thing. So this is the time of year where you're going to get a lot more of those. But I mean, if the weather holds up the way it is now, it's not something you need to worry about for, at least a handful more days.
Cool. Okay.
If you want to, you can give me a knowledge nature check if you want to know more about that.
I don't have knowledge nature.
I keep throwing it out there for you guys, and I'm like almost completely positive there's only one of you with it. There's actually two of you. Yeah. There's two people with knowledge nature. Okay, then yeah, I'm just pulling. I just gave you, based on what you would know. There isn't too much more you would know without, specific qualifications. Okay, let's do some nighttime actions. Starting with the swaps. What are you guys doing tonight?
I think I will see who's playing liar's cards in game or balloons and butter.
So it's liar's dice or just like straight up poker?
Liar's dice.
Okay. Is anyone else doing gambling related stuff?
Do you even need to ask me?
Oh, sorry. I meant is Bahati or Benji doing any gambling related stuff?
Yeah, I'll be chaperoning mostly.
Okay. So I assume Ace is once again basically sponsoring his half-elf friend.
If she's playing, I'll sponsor.
Okay. Dion, do you want to join in on a game of liar's dice for the night?
How does liar's dice work?
So the actual, mechanically it works the same, but the actual game of liar's dice is basically you guys have a set amount of dice, and you have to basically bluff about what you have. Like basically saying, like I'd say I have 2 6s, right? And then someone can either call my bluff or they can make a bigger one. So they could be like 3 6s. And then when you call someone out, if they're right, then you lose. But if they're correct and you called them out, then you lose. So you're trying to. It's a game about bluffing and reading your opponents, much like many other gambling games.
I'll play that game at level 2.
At what?
At level 2, so I can add another rank into it.
Oh, so you're not gonna play liar's dice tonight?
No, I'm gonna gamble.
It's the same mechanic. It's still bluff or sleight of hand.
Oh, I can use sleight of hand for... Nah. I'm known as the gambling master.
It's still gambling. It's the exact same thing. You're just not playing cards.
I'm really good at playing cards.
Okay,
right?
then we will do them separately. We'll start with Ace. How much are you throwing out tonight?
I'll do 2 silver, because we've been pretty good.
Okay, yeah. Let's see what happens. She got a 3.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to lose your money tonight.
I'll just make sure you're doing nice.
Yep.
Okay. What is Bahati up to?
I'm going to do it for us. Try to schmooze up to Rosie, make sure she's okay.
Okay. Yeah. She's kind of she kind of took the whole storm thing worse than everyone else. Might have had something to do with the fact that she almost drowned. And so she's like pretty like emotionally distraught, but she's a lot better off than she was yesterday. So she'll still talk with you and whatnot, but she's just generally quieter, and she's not really her upbeat self right now.
So I'm going to use it today.
She'll definitely like still chat with you though, and she's clearly finding comfort in being around you. Okay, what is Benji up to tonight?
Benji is going to join us cog, ask us to give for another fight.
Yeah, he's always willing to fight.
Wonderful. Well, during the fight, Benji would try for a couple of answers regarding his thoughts on Plug and Scrooge. Wait.
Scourge. Wrong bad guy. He does have gold teeth though. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
Scrooge McDuck.
But Master Scourge like legitimately has gold teeth.
Perfect. And he's also going to try and drop in the the fact that Marvel and Phipps have been given trouble, and that he's beaten them advice a few times now.
Okay, yeah. So he'll tell you like Master Scourge was the one that that he approached to get on the ship. Like that's how he got on. He just asked Scorch if they needed more crew members, and that's how he ended up getting on the ship. And he doesn't really have any particular bad blood with them. He's gotten in fights, actually, with a few of the people you've brought up. Like he got in a fight with Phipps, like 3 or 4 days ago. Over some like dumb shit. Like he's definitely trying to cover it up and make it sound better than it is, but it was like literally a dispute over a drink is what it boils down to. And so like he doesn't have any particular love for them. And like if one of them tries fucking with you next time, just make sure Cog's around.
Wonderful. He'll also drop the fact that he was considering pushing Phipps off the boat the other night. In a jokey way.
Yeah, he'll like laugh along with you. You want to give me your like influence check? Because like.
Yeah. Is it still a +4?
Yes. Because you got the 2 from Owlbear, and then. Well, I mean, you guys aren't talking about anything particularly grim. But. Yeah, he, like, when you bring up, even though you're, like, kind of joking, you get the sense that, like, based on just his body language, that, like, he'd be willing to, especially if what he just said is true, you know, like, him willing to help you beat the shit out of Phipps or any of his friends.
Wonderful. That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, Cog might have a very extreme distaste for the rest of you, but Benji's worth knowing.
Is it safe to assume that he's loyal now?
Yeah, he totally is.
Hell yeah.
That 30 could have brought him to loyal directly from unfriendly.
Oh, no. What a wasted throw.
No waste. Just more build up.
Yeah, that's speed number.
And I think I'm gonna give you a little bit more, Blaine. I think you have a better grasp of his fighting style that he'll probably bring up, because he is a dirty fighter, but he's using. You start to notice like patterns in it that you hadn't seen before, and it's almost like he's using some kind of specific style. It's not something you've seen before, but he's definitely been taught the way he's moving.
Right. Okay. Well, I think it would definitely impress on where he landed fight.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'll give you a teeny bit more information then. You get like a more detailed version of what I'd brought up about him before, like other people saying about him, like some kind of dockside brawler. But he's a Varisian, born and raised, who pretty much as soon as he was old enough to take care of himself, we're talking like early teens, he kind of just left his hometown and got on. Kind of like Rosie, coincidentally. He kind of just got in like the first group he could. He joined like a roving band of bandits that eventually like whole thing kind of fell apart. He ended up in jail, and then when he got out of it, because of like a riot, he got onto the first boat he could, and that's pretty much how he got here. So, you know, he's a murderer, a criminal, a bandit. Now he's a pirate. Still a follower of Pharasma, though. Definitely not a cleric, though. Right? You worship your god in your way, I'll worship mine in my way. Very, very open-minded. I feel like you have to be as a pirate, right?
I just happened to say it to her. My form worship.
I beat people in Pharasma's name. Okay, Dion, I heard you're playing cards tonight.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go, 5 gold, do a little bit of sleight of hand, and I get a 6. My first L might take.
You might have played sloppy tonight, but it turns out your opponent's played sloppier.
Yeah! 2d4. I think 7. Cool.
It's better than last time.
I'm gonna make my way up there.
Okay, then, unless we're doing, like, when you should be sleeping actions, I think we'll call the session there.
Okay.
Cool.
I was gonna ask, so how am I reporting with Rosie? Is she just a friendly? Is she loyal? Is she...
Oh, if you're talking, like, the influence level, she's 100% loyal, yeah.
Okay.
So if you guys want me to run that by you, I can give you a 30-second synopsis for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only default that's worth mentioning is Sundara starts off as loyal to all of you. Rosie is loyal to Bahati. Cog is loyal to Benji. Gifford Tibbs is friendly with Orag. Dion is friends with Barefoot Sam's, the fisherwoman.
The one that no shoes.
Yeah, no shoes. That's why she's called Barefoot. And then Benji is loyal with Kroop and Grok, and Bahati is friends with Owlbear. And everyone else is neutral or lower.
Thank you very much.
I mean, you guys have been focusing on people, right? So you've brought a lot of people from like neutral or unfriendly up to where they are. So if you start working on some of, if this is something you guys specifically want to do, is like pick out, now that you guys have been there long enough, you could be like, hey, I want to talk with someone who's, effectively, indifferent to you guys. I could start throwing those your guys' way, if that's what you're interested in, because that'll be a lot easier than so you guys have gone for some high value targets. I mean, you have the 3 officers you can influence. You have,
Which is Al. What are the 2 officers you influence?
The Grok, the chef, and I don't know about the other one.
The chef.
so Kroop the cook,
Kroop the cook.
Cutthroat Grok the quartermaster,
Okay, yeah, right.
and then Owlbear.
Yeah.
And you guys, I know none of you have used it yet, but I brought this up a long time ago. Kroop, a lot of people on the ship don't actually call him that, especially none of the officers will. A lot of people call him Fish Guts. As more of an insult than anything else, but he normally just lets it slide.
Bastards.
It's because he's normally covered in them and smells like them.
We gotta start getting together, and that's our next agenda. Start at least trying to get these groups of 3 or 4 of us together.
Guys, I'm making money over here. I started out with 0 coin. I'm at 33 gold.
Yeah, but that's nothing compared to what we can take if we actually, do other things. If we just, like I said, we're nothing. We just
One day, one day, this 33 gold can buy me a gun. And I'm about, Can I? Never mind. I'll do that tomorrow or next week. Can I buy my gunsmith kit next week?
Yeah, if you have the cash for it, you can just gotta take an action to go do it, man.
Yep. Okay. I'll do that next week.
I think depending on your guys' speed, like if you're going at the rate you're going right now, you got 2 more sessions of these like day-to-day actions. So you're getting pretty close. Faster than I thought.
Well, today we went through, what, 5 days?
Yeah, we started on day 4 and we made it to day 10, so 6 days. Yeah, pretty freaking fast.
Alright then, gentlemen. Talk to you guys later. See you next week.
And if you guys wouldn't mind filling out those little forms, that would be awesome.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, we get the calendar thing, the 15th.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Thank you. Just to fill that in quick.
Yeah. I was so worried about being punctual, I didn't even think about it.
That's weird.
You guys have about half a dozen events, so I feel like you guys can bust those out in 2 sessions, and then the big one at the end would be like the 3 sessions from now.
Nice one. I'm still. I never know whether I should roleplay encounter or not.
I leave it totally up to you guys.
Yeah, just I feel bad taking up everyone's time if nobody else really wants to roleplay it too much.
I'm personally not gonna worry about it. I don't think you should either. I laid out expectations for the game, and my expectations were a lot of role playing. I can see that that's not a thing that's big, at least right now with you guys being all split up, so I'm not pressing it. But I mean, you guys knew what you're signing up for, so if someone wants to RP, shouldn't feel bad if they RP.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright.
Okay, well, I'm gonna end the stream. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a great day.